Hello, my name is Akira, and today we are going to build and deploy a complete AI-powered community learning platform. A full-stack AI SaaS application that uses AI to match you with perfect learning partners based on your learning goals. You will have an opportunity to turn this project into a side income or a full-fledged business. We'll be building an app called as Meetsy that lets you join learning communities, set learning goals, and then AI will match you with compatible learning partners based on your learning goals. You can then chat with them in real time with a fully functional messaging system and then generate AI-powered summaries of your conversation along with action items and next steps as well. And when I say entire SaaS business, I mean it. By building and deploying this app, you will learn how to add pricing and subscription with different tier limits to your application, design a beautiful, stunning, responsive landing page with slick animations, and even learn how to create that eye-catching visual that you share on social media. And all of this is achieved by learning Next.js 16 alongside React 19 with server and client components, the Next.js app router, and so much more. We will cover advanced authentication with a complete user management solution using Clerk. Instead of using the APIs inside of Next.js, we will be using Hono, a lightweight, blazing fast web framework for building end-to-end type-safe APIs. PostgreSQL with Drizzle ORM for type-safe database queries and relations, using the Vercel AI SDK with OpenAI to semantically analyze learning goals and find compatible learning partners. Chatzian UI and Tailwind CSS for modern, fully responsive UI with accessible React components. Tanstack Query, aka React Query, for powerful data fetching, caching, and synchronization. Motion, formerly known as Framer Motion, for smooth professional animation used throughout the application. Now, if you've built SaaS applications before, adding payments using Stripe can get really complex really fast. It means integrating Stripe, dealing with webhooks, learning a variety of different APIs, managing subscription states, building your own pricing tables, and different components needed to power your application. All of this can get really messy. So no, we won't be using Stripe, but instead use something better. We will be using Clerk, which offers a full billing system with ready-to-adopt pricing tables and a variety of different React components that you could just drag and drop. Automatic subscription syncing, upgrade and downgrade flows with just a few lines of code. And since Clerk can handle both authentication, offering a complete user management solution, alongside billing in one platform, we can focus on building and growing our business. We'll also be using Bun as our JavaScript runtime. It's faster than Node.js and has built-in TypeScript support, which makes our development a lot smoother and faster. And this specific SaaS app is designed for the startup founder inside you, letting you ship scalable apps quickly without worrying about infrastructure. And here's what makes this build really special. These are production-grade tools used by companies like Vercel, OpenAI, Anthropic, Netflix to build applications at scale. So you'll be learning the same stack professionals do. And don't worry if you get stuck, and to help you get your bugs resolved, you will get exclusive access to a Discord forum, so you can ask your questions and get unblocked right away. So to make learning easier, you will also get access to a completely free cheat sheet along with a GitHub repository filled with commits, making it even easier to follow along. And all of this is completely free, so grab the link in the description below. Now, whether you are an aspiring developer or working in a 9-to-5, we all have this dream of building and shipping our own software and making money from it. This AI SaaS application will help you do just that, giving you all the tools and resources needed to ship your own SaaS application. And guess what? This entire tech stack we'll be using is completely free, so you can ship your SaaS app for $0. And if you ship this app and deploy it, tag me on socials on X or LinkedIn or anywhere else. I would love to see your version of Meetsy. Now, this is a comprehensive build, so grab a cup of coffee, get comfortable, and let's dive deep into building your AI-powered SaaS platform. So let's dive in. Now, I know we covered a lot, and if you'd like me to slow down and go deeper into all of these complex topics, I have created something that will help you master it step by step. It's called as the Modern Full Stack Next.js course, a complete hands-on journey to everything we just explored and more. This course includes 7+ in-depth modules, and at the end of each one, you will actually ship a production-ready app, a robust authentication system, a real analytics dashboard, a modern e-commerce experience, and so much more. All leading up to a capstone project where you will build and deploy your own AI SaaS application from scratch. So if you're serious about mastering Next.js, check out the Modern Full Stack Next.js course. The link is in the description below. And it just got finally updated to the latest version of Next.js. And honestly, it's the most fun way
to learn Next.js. You will also get access to my interactive course platform with quizzes, streaks, progress tracking, and a full learning environment built for developers who learn best by doing. Check the link in the description below and grab it before it ends. Let me give you a quick demo of the app that we are going to build, called as Meetsy. It is a perfect AI-powered platform that allows you to find your learning partner using AI. You can join communities, set your learning goals, and get matched with partners who share your exact learning goals or passion. You can chat with them, collaborate, and so on. Alongside that, you also get AI-powered summaries, so it's easier to connect with your learning partner and stay on track. For example, we are going to also build this beautiful landing page. As you scroll, it also animates. You can see how this specific platform works. It has a pricing section, which we'll get to in a second. And you can also completely try this platform out for free. So you can either get started for free or you could buy a plan. And if you buy a plan, you could switch from a free plan or a pro plan. In a free plan, you only get one learning plan and one community. Versus in a pro plan, you get unlimited learning plans and join unlimited communities. All paid plans include a 14-day free trial. Again, this is something that if you want, you can do so. If not, that's totally fine. All of this is easy to configure on Plur. So let's go ahead and get started for free. As we do, we can go ahead and create an account, fill out an information, or simply continue with Google. I'm going to verify that I'm a human, and all of this is also powered by Clerk. Now, since I already had an account, I'm actually logged in now. But as you can see, I'm already on the Pro plan. If we take a look and go to Manage Account, again over here, I could modify my profile details, in security, change my password, know where I've logged in the past, or even completely delete account. However, in billing is where the exciting stuff happens. You can switch easily between subscriptions. Now I remember in Stripe, all of that had to be done manually with a bunch of different hooks that we needed to be aware of. Stripe can also get really complicated. Every time that API changes or you don't do the right thing, you have to handle all the different edge cases. Clerk billing makes it really simple for you. Now, with the Pro plan, as you can see, I have canceled it. But with the free plan, I can just switch to it and start. I could also just go ahead and switch plans, and I could just switch back to being monthly and then hit subscribe. Success! I have been successfully switched to the plan, and now my active plan is in fact the yearly plan itself. If I go to statements, I can also just go and look at my statements, view the statements, and so on as well, which is again amazing. Now again, if you were to do this manually, you would have to build all these components yourself. So the fact that we could do this, change the payment methods, view the payment methods, cancel our plans, and so on, all of this is very easy to do inside of the Clerk billing model. Alrighty. So as we go to the dashboard, you're going to see I have 9 new matches, but also some information about my communities, learning goals, active matches, and pending matches. Some recent conversations I've had with my partners, and also some communities I'm part of. Let's head over to communities. Here you can see that I'm part of a variety of different communities. Modern Full Stack Next.js course, Ankita's YouTube community, AI and machine learning, developer to leader, and so on. Now I can just go ahead and join more communities I would like as well over here. But here, let's stick to the communities that I have already joined. Now, as you can see, I already have 2 learning goals in this community. I could simply just go ahead and add a new learning goal here as well. So I can say, ship a SaaS app and add a goal, and a goal has been added. I could also just find partners with AI now too. And as I do that, AI is going to match me with my partner, and it has in fact matched me with one learning partner. If we head to chat, you're going to see that now in fact I've been marked. You can see that I've been matched with this one free user one, but I've also been matched with a variety of different partners as well over here, based on different goals of mine. Now I could review their goals and see, okay, I want to maybe chat with Sophia or Emma. Then I can just accept chatting and I can start chatting with Emma. So I can just say, hi Emma, how are you? And Emma can chat back as well. At the same time, if let's say we've had some back and forth and had a really good conversation, then I could just simply go ahead and press generate, and this is going to generate a AI conversation summary as well. And obviously AI is not spot on here because there's nothing in this conversation, but it has taken a look at Emma's goals and created some summary here. But you get the idea. Now I could also just go and chat with Marcus. I already said hi, how are you about 2 hours ago. So this specific platform makes it a lot simpler for me to chat with folks and so on. Now this itself, the service, we are going to sell this as a software as a service. So different people can use this as part of their communities to connect with folks that they would like as well. Again, I have so many new matches. I can go and accept everyone I like. For example, this way I don't have any pending matches whatsoever as well, as you can see here. And there we go. And now I no longer have any pending matches because I have accepted all of them. I could even try to chat with a few of them just to see exactly what their learning goals are, my learning goals are, and then accordingly see who I vibe with and continue chatting with them. It now totally depends between the users to go ahead and take the conversation further, set up video chats, and so on. And I highly encourage you to do so. You could take this platform a bit further, sell it as software as a service, a SaaS app itself, by adding more features to this app. But I want to show you exactly how to power this application, how to build this entire application so you can add more features to this app or any other apps you like in the future as well. Alrighty, so without further ado, let's dive in. Let's go ahead and set up our Next.js app. For that, we are on the official website of Next.js, nextjs.org. Let's head over to the docs, head over to the installation section. We are going to be using the Next.js app router. And now let's just simply go to Bun, and that's what we'll be using to create a new Next.js app. Now why Bun? Because one, Bun is very popular. It really is powerful over all the other bundlers, I should say. So for that, we are just going to copy the first line and we are going to go with all the defaults. So now if we remove all of this, it is in fact going to give us options to configure our app. So that's what we'll pick. If you want to just go with the defaults, you could also simply just add the name of the application, which is my app. And by adding -- yes, you're saying yes to all the default settings. We're not going to do that. Let's just go and see exactly what the app says. Here, let's just call this Meetsy app. And this is where you have the option to go with recommended defaults and you use previous settings or customized settings. Let's just go with recommended defaults. And here it's going to install the dependencies as well as the dev dependencies needed. By default, it is going to set up Tailwind CSS for us, so we don't have to worry about that. We definitely still need to add Shadcn and UI component library, but it is going to configure all these different packages for us. Plus, it has also initialized a Git repository for us, which we will later on use to push it to GitHub. So now, let's just cd into this directory called as Meetsy app. And as you can see, we have all the files and folders created. Now, I'm going to use cursor. Cursor is the editor that I'm going to be using throughout this application to write my code. However, feel free to use whatever editors you're comfortable with, be it VS Code or WebStorm or whatever you like. Now, let's go ahead and open up this app inside of Cursor. As I've done so, you can see the files and folders here. Let's zoom in a little bit. And now you can see all the files and folders that are set up for you. Let's walk through the files and folders that Create Next app has set up for us. So first of all, since we're using the app router, it has created a app folder here. Next.js uses a file-based routing system, so every file means something inside of our Next.js app, which means that page.tsx is typically the page you want to expose to the browser. So in this case, since page.tsx lives directly inside the app folder, means that it's going to be the default route. And this is the default page here. And then we have layout here. Before we do any of this, let's just spin up our development server. So let's go to the terminal and say bun dev. And this is going to run our development server. Since port 3000 is already taken because that's where I have the other production app that we are trying to build, Meetsy, open, it is now going to take this port 3001 instead. It's going to usually pick whatever port is available, so make sure you do see the specific port and only open that. Now let's just open this up in our browser, and there we go. Congratulations, and this is your first Next.js application. Regardless, our application is ready to go. Now let me walk you through the files and folders. So this is exactly the page that you see over here. To get started, this is how you do it. Now let's just remove all of this because we are no longer going to need it, and let's just say hello Next.js. Let's also remove this unused import. As we do, you can see hello Next.js on the page, so we have successfully edited our file. Next.js also has auth module reloading, which means that whenever you make any changes, it's automatically going to appear on the page. All right, so now we can also remove this class name. We don't need it. And let's walk you through the files and folders. So we also have this another file called as layout.tsx, because like I said, every file means something inside of Next.js. This is the file that has the HTML and body element. It wraps the entire application. It's also called as the root layout file. It also has fonts that we could set up. So this is a font that by default sets up, but we are going to use this font called as outfit. Now, the one cool thing about Next.js is that it has this font package. So the fact that you have this next/font/Google means that any Google fonts that are available, you could just simply use it. And Next.js is only going to include that specific font in your build and nothing else. So we are going to use outfit as a font. Let's remove the font that we don't need. Let's use outfit font, and let's declare this as a variable. And now instead over here, let's call this outfit font.variable. Now, just by declaring this and using the variable means that the specific font is automatically applied to our application. So now, instead of using a variable, we want this specific font to be applied to that entire application. So we could just use .className instead. So now, if we go back here, refresh the page, you can see the font outfit is right here. Let's also add different weights that we want to. And if we refresh it, you can see hello Next.js over here. And if we just inspect element and see the font, you can see outfit font applied to in our app, which is exactly what we want. Perfect. So font has already been set up too. So now let's just rename the title and description here. Now, Next.js exports this font's metadata, which means that you can easily update the browser metadata elements as well. So here we can call this Meetsy, and we can say it's a platform for, maybe we can just say it's a AI learning platform to connect with other learners in the community, something like that. Feel free to tweak it however you like. But we are going to call this app Meetsy. Now, if we go back here, you're going to see Meetsy is in fact the title. And if we go to browser, tab tools and go to elements, go to the head tag. And if you look at description, you can see this is the exact description we set out in layout in the metadata constant. So you could easily tweak whatever you like over here and make your application good for SEO. Alrighty, so now that we know a little bit more about layout, let's look at the other files. If you go to globals.css, this is where we have Tailwind set up. This is where we will be setting up all the different colors and styling in our application. It's a global CSS configuration file. This is the favicon of the file. We have node modules, which includes all the node modules of your project. We have the public folder where all your public assets will live. We have bun.lock, which means it's locking any of the versions, package versions that we have downloaded. ESLint helps configure how we want our application to be configured. Next config file, again, is fully typed, and it is amazing because you can change the behavior of how your application is configured, and you can take a look at how you would want to do so over here. The other thing is package.json, which includes all the dependencies and dev dependencies configured. It also has these bunch of scripts that we could just use. For example, we just ran bun.dev for running our development server. Then we have the post CSS config file, which again, here is where Tailwind post CSS has been configured. That means whenever tailwind code gets compiled to CSS code, this is PostCSS is the plugin that helps with that. We have the tsconfig file that is responsible for configuring our TypeScript application. So having said that, these are all the files and folders inside our project. So now we could start building our app. So I moved the editor to the left and the browser window to the right, so we could see the changes right away. The first step we are going to do now is to add authentication. But typically when I've created these builds, I go for the landing page, but I feel like authentication will connect all the pieces together because this is a SaaS application. Pricing is extremely important, so let's get that out of the way and set our application the right way. For that, we are going to use Clerk. Now, like I mentioned before, Clerk is more than just authentication. It is a complete user management solution. You can completely get started for free. It not only gives you now auth and user management, it also gives you billing and pricing. So your pricing has gotten a lot sweeter now. Plus, you can start building for free and tells you exactly which features to sign up for whenever you want to go pro. So first off, let's just go ahead and start building for free here. This is pretty cool. If you want, you can also use this pre-built prompt to get started faster with Clerk. I've used it in the past and it's pretty awesome. If you are using AI, you could totally do so, or you could just follow along over here. So first off, let's just go ahead and sign up. We could get started by adding all of this code as well, but let's just go ahead and sign up first. Make sure to use the link in the description below to sign up so I can create more videos like this for free on this specific channel. Alright, so if you don't have an account, make sure to create an account and you can either pick GitHub, Google, or email address and password. Or if you have an account, then you can simply just sign in. I'm just going to go ahead and sign in. I'm going to go with continue with Google. Now, as I do, you can see I have quite a few applications here. In fact, my Next.js course platform is also hosted on Clerk as well. So we are going to go ahead and create a brand new application. And this application is going to be called Meetsy app. Now we could simply just toggle all the different sign-in options that we want over here. They're just going to go with the default email and Google. But depending on the application, you could also say, I want you to log in via GitHub if your communities are hosted in GitHub and so on as well. Now you can see this is exactly what you're going to see. If I say phone number, you will see how the model is going to look like. Let's go ahead and create our application. Alrighty, so now that our application has been created, we could go ahead with the installation. So let's just copy this. Again, you can just copy the prompt here and set up Clerk in your app. But if you don't have AI, which I highly recommend you do, if you don't want to use it, you can totally just follow along over here. So let's just copy this, head over to the terminal and paste it. Let's install Clerk now. Let's install Clerk now. But instead of using npm install, we just need to run bun install. There we go. So now it's going to install Clerk now. Clerk has been installed. So let's just go ahead and restart our server. The next step is to set up our Clerk API keys. We can copy this. And this is where our API keys need to live in an environment file. So let's just go ahead and create a new file. Create a new file called as .n. And because this is a local environment, we should create .n.local. And now let's just paste it. This is a publishable key and a Clerk secret key. Now once we have done that, we need to create a proxy.ts file. Since we're using the latest version of Next.js, middleware.ts is no longer a thing. We need a proxy.ts file to set up our Clerk middleware. And this is in fact the entry part of our application. So let's just do proxy.ts, paste it. Next, we need a Clerk provider added in the root layout itself. So let's just do that. So let's copy this. Head over to layout, and this Clerk provider will wrap our entire application just like this. And now let's import it from the Clerk/Next.js package we installed. Alright, so now our Clerk provider has also been added. So we should be able to see something on localhost 3001 in our case. So if we refresh the page, this is our page. So now if we go back, we just simply need to add these few lines. So let's just copy this header. And now let's add that inside of our layout, just like this. And now let's import signed out component from clerk, sign in, sign up button, signed in, and user button. All of these imports come from clerk/Next.js. And as you do, you can see we have sign in and sign up. If I press that, sign in to Meetsy app is ready to go. So that's all you need to set up our application. So let's just go ahead and continue. I'm just going to use my Gmail address to log in with Gmail. But depending on what providers you selected, you can accordingly pick that specific option. And let's verify I'm a human. And there we go. And now I can see this avatar here with this specific user management. So if I go to manage account, go to security or change my profile, I should be able to do so over here. So that's how easy it is to get set up with Clerk. So now that we have Clerk set up, let's go over the dashboard. So first of all, you can manage all your users. It's not simply an auth, it's a complete user management setup. So now in signups, you can see me logged in here. Just like this, and my personal information. You could update metadata about me, update my phone number, and so on. So we can do a lot for our user over here. At the same time, we could create organizations, manage team members, control access, give specific roles in organizations. But where we want to head to next is billing. Now keep this in mind that billing is still in beta. However, it's really good and I've had no issues so far. So let's just go ahead and set up billing and start earning revenue. So let's get started. Now, if you go to configure, billing is also right here. So if you go to settings, we want to enable user billing and save it. Now, as we do, we can basically set up individual subscriptions for our users. And it says over here, we could also just use a pricing table component. But before we do that, let's just go ahead and create a plan. Now we are going to need 2 plans, and whatever plan we configure here, the pricing table is automatically going to show that for us. So first off, let's say we have basic plan and the monthly fee is going to be $9. We could just say if it's an annual discount, then we could try to offer some sort of a discount. So we could just say it's going to be $7. So that will be billed as $84 a year. So I'm giving $2 off per month. This is publicly available. And now we could just add features. So we can say 1 learning plan, create feature, save it. And then we can say we need 1 community and save it. There we go. Dismiss it. So these are the 2 features. Oops. Refresh the page. These are the 2 features that I'm going to apply to the specific plan. So we have a basic plan. Now let's go back here and let's create another plan, which is going to be a pro plan. Or if you go back here, there is an always free plan. There is a basic plan. So we could also just call this the pro plan and let that be a free plan for us. So we can just hit save. Now, in this case, we could just edit the feature and let's say unlimited learning plans. The key would be unlimited learning plans. There we go. We have updated the feature. We could also just add another feature now as well. A new feature to be 1 learning plan. Create feature, save it. Similarly, we need unlimited communities as well. And this is where you could set up all the different features that you want as well. And then accordingly decide which features you want to apply for which plans. So now if we go back here, go to plans, you have this free plan here. So now in adding features, these are all the different available features. I'm just going to say for the free plan, we want to give 1 community and 1 learning plan for free. So let's just apply that and save it. But for our pro plan, which is no longer going to be $9, it'll probably be 19. This should be 16. Pro plan, we don't want 1 community and 1 learning plan here. We want unlimited everything. So that just hit save just like that. Now that we have configured our plans, which is as easy as going to the dashboard and doing so, what we could do here is inside of page, let's add a component called as the pricing table. As we do and refresh the page, you're going to see that our pricing table is now active. So the user is by default on the free plan, but they could also just switch to a pro plan, and this is just available for us without doing anything. So now if I go to manage account, now we have another option for billing, and we could switch between subscriptions. I could switch plans from free plan to pro plan. All I need to do is add a credit card. And what's cool is that they also offer a test card. So we can just pay with test card, which is the 424 number. And now I have automatically been upgraded to the pro plan as well, which is pretty awesome. I could also switch back to this plan. All of this, Clerk just takes care of it for us. Now, if you've used Stripe in the past, you will know how complicated this can get with all the different webhooks that we need to manage, custom pricing tables we need to create. If you also need to update features, sometimes I forget what features are available, if the dashboard is configured accordingly or not. All of that is taken care of for you in the best part, which is where your users are in the user management platform. That's pretty cool that this is all just done for you. You could also just add a new payment method, update it, look at different statements available so I know exactly what I've signed up for, look at different payments as well. Again, because all of this is offered to the user, they're not going to contact you, and your support requests are also going to be less, hopefully, because of this as well. So this is pretty awesome. Alrighty, so now that we have this, we could start building our landing page now. In the landing page, as you can see, if we were to sign in, and let's just sign in with a specific user, you can see me show if they are on a pro plan or not, and we immediately redirect to dashboard. Plus, if you go here, go to manage account and go to billing, pro plan is in fact active here. So we could build the header next. So now before we proceed with styling our header, let's support header setup Shadsi and UI component library. It actually released a new project wherein you could customize the different presets, component library, neutral colors, or base colors, theme, icon library, and so on. Now you could just have fun with it and use shuffle to try random different styles. We're not going to do that, honestly. We're just going to go back and set up a basic one and then customize it further. Let's head over to docs. Let's go to Next.js and let's just copy this command by pressing the copy button. But in our case, since we are using bun, let's switch to that, copy it, and head over to the terminal, stop the server, and paste it. This is going to essentially set up Shadsi and UI component library in our project. We're just going to stick with the neutral tones because we are going to override the styles later. Let's also add a button as well. So we're going to go for button component from Shadsi and UI. Let's also add card component, badge, some basic components that we are most likely going to need, skeleton, avatar, and that's it for now. We'll set up the rest later. But these are components we're definitely going to need. Let's restart our server again. And if we head back, if we go to components, you can see all the different components that are available. We install the avatar component. We also install the button component, then the card component, and so on. By using a library like Shadsi and UI, it gives us a nice base, so we don't have to recode everything from scratch because this is already done for us. Alrighty, so now that our server has started again, we can go here and refresh the page. We haven't changed much, but let's now set up the style. So our app, Meetsy, has this beautiful styling, as you can see. It has these different colors, these orange colors, right? And nice little gradient background as well. So we would need that. So for that, the best part is by going to globals or CSS and overriding it. Now what Shadsi and UI has done is it has created this theme attribute and added these two elements. The object for all the colors, different radius, different background colors, radius, different chart colors, and so on. Similarly for dark core, it also has created these different variables as well. So what we are going to do now is just replace them altogether and provide our own. So I'm just gonna created one for Meetsy, so we could just simply use it. There we go. Let's close this as we've added it. And now you can already see there is some basic styling here already. Now again, if you take a look, We have updated the colors, which should be reflected in a second. And if we go to the base, which allows us to override the base style such as h1, anchor elements, any of the elements you want, we have added a few things. For example, on hover, we want it to be cursor pointer whenever it's a button or a link. Then for body, a specific background color, for h1, h2, p tag, and so on. At the same time, I've also provided a bunch of utilities so that we could focus on the meat of the application and provide additional styling. Now, as we go through and style it further, I'll be walking you through a bit more in depth. Alrighty. Now, if we go to layout, we have this button here. Let's replace that with ChatCN UI button. We can remove this pretty much. We don't need it. We can just use the default one. And there we go. We have started to see our colors here already. So now, if we take a look at what ChatCN UI has set up, we have this UI folder now with all the different components such as avatar, badge, button, card, skeleton, which is pretty amazing. We also have this utils file that allows us to merge a bunch of styles as well. Now, CN is a function that ChatCN uses, which in fact returns TW merge, which comes from Tailwind merge that allows us to combine a bunch of styles without overriding it. So if we ever want to combine styles or add conditionals, some logic with styles, then we would definitely going to leverage the CN function here. Then we have components.json, and this is what ChatCN uses as a description for how ChatCN is set up in this specific application. For example, the style is New York, Tailwind config, where it's located, what icon library we're using, and so on as well. At the same time, it has in fact set up a brand new icon library called as Lucid React that gives us all the icons that we need as well. So we're going to be leveraging that throughout the application as well. So now it's time to work on the header. If you go to layout, we have the header element here. So we could pretty much extract that and create a new component called as header. This component does not exist, but we could just move that to components folder in here, header. UI folder could have all our ChatCN UI components or any UI component specifically that we create. But in this case, header is a combination of a bunch of components, so we can just make it live and set the components folder. Alternatively, let's just create a brand new folder called as layout. That's where we would move the header as well. Let's create a default header component, paste what we copied, and also grab these imports that we used here as well, because we will need that here. There we go. We don't need the cliff provider, and we don't need rest of these imports too. Now let's go ahead and import header from header. There we go. Everything stays the same. We have just extracted it out right now. Let's remove whatever we have on header, because header already has some styling. So we could keep that as is, and now we could start coding it further. So here we just need a div, and this specific div is gonna have layout container. Layout container is already defined in globals.css, which gives it a container. Let's move all of this in here. There we go. Now let's give it a div, which is gonna have a flex, item center, gap 6. And this will be our Meetsy title. We're gonna use the link component from Next.js with the text Meetsy, which goes to home. And in terms of class name, let's make it bigger. Font bold, text XL. There we go. Now, since the user is already on a pro plan, we can easily just show if it's a pro plan or not. But first, let's design it further. So right underneath the link, you're gonna have a nav, which by default will be hidden, but it will be flex in medium and above. Gap will be 6. And inside the nav, we are going to have a few links. Now, this will be a signed in experience, for example. So we could simply just use the signed in component from to. So you don't need to add any conditionals here, for example. So in this case, we're going to have a link for dashboard, communities, and chat. So That's it if we are signed in. But since we are not signed in, we show a completely different experience. So if you take a look, we have sign in and sign up all the way to the right. And then we have this Meetsy logo here. That's exactly what we want. So now if we continue to use this signed in components and signed out components from Clerk, it's going to get confusing. So let's use another hook from Clerk, which will give us a Boolean value if the user is signed in or not from this use user hook. The only condition is that this specific use user hook is a client component, so we would need to add a use client directive here. Alrighty, so now we could just add this conditional is signed in, and that's it. Then show the nav. Similarly, underneath that, let's add another div, and let's call this flex item center gap 4. And in here, again, we can say if it's signed in, then we want to probably show the badge, which is going to be pro or not. For example, if we were to sign in here, we want to show a completely different header, which is this header with dashboard, communities chat, and this pro or free account. And with the user button, but if not, we want to show something else. So let's design the sign-in experience for now. So let's just show the badge from Chatzy and UI component. Give it a class name, and inside the badge will have a variant of outline. We can have different types of badges. We're going to use the outline badge. In here, we will use the trophy icon if they are a pro user. So trophy icon comes directly from Lucid React because that's a component library we got. Then we can say size 3, which means the width and height are both going to be the same. And text is going to be primary over here. There we go. And let's call this pro for now. So now let's go ahead and sign in and design that experience first. You can see dashboard, communities, chat, as well as this pro that we can fix for now. There's less space between the two, so we can just say flex item center gap 2, so there's a bit more room here. And let's move the user button from here inside here as well. There we go. And let's remove this entirely because we don't need it for now. Perfect. So now you can see 3 links here. Let's make the avatar box a bit bigger by using the appearance prop in Clerk. Defining elements, and here we can say avatar 1 is going to be size 9 so that it's a little bigger than what we see right now. Perfect. We could also just say H9 or W9. It's the same thing as saying size 9, which is pretty cool. Alright, we also need something for free, so we have to say here if true for now, then it's going to be badge, else it's going to be something else. Now this true value is going to be, if it's a pro user or not. Then let's just give it a dummy constant for now. If it's pro, then it's going to be true or false, so we can toggle it easily. And if not, then we just want to say, okay, it's a free user. Alrighty, so if we compare, obviously this looks different than this. So let's just design these links now. In terms of the dashboard link, we have a link component. Let's add a button. The variant is going to be ghost and size will be small. Right. So now you can see there's this nice hover now. We have to do the same here as well, and also in chat too. We also have a icon next to communities, so let's give it a user's icon. Class name will be size 4, text, primary. User icon import needs to come from Lucid React. Now we have the user icon. Similarly for chat, let's show a message circle icon, which comes again from Lucid React 2. Let's remove the unused imports as well. Alright, so our header is looking pretty much like this one. And lastly, all the way at the end, if it's signed in, then we show these pro or not. But if it's not signed in, then we also want to show sign in and sign up buttons as well. So let's do that. Let's remove this. And let's add a link with sign in with button as sign in and sign up. Beautiful. And honestly, we don't need these braces around it. We can just remove these braces. Perfect. So now if I sign out here, you should see sign in and sign up buttons, which is exactly what we want. However, we don't want the sign up button to be a ghost one. We want it to be a primary button, a default button. So let's keep that. So you can see we have these ones, and if I sign out, we have these links as well. Additionally, for the logo, let's fix some spacing and give it x2. And we want the user button to be right with the sign-in experience. So let's add a empty fragment that wraps everything. And let's move the user button here. There we go. Once the user is able to sign in, we want to show if they are a pro user or not. And for that, we are going to look at the docs for Clerk. In Clerk, as we already saw, we have the pricing table that gives us a pricing table component so we could show the pricing table. Similarly, we can literally check what type of plan they have as well. So this has method is amazing because we could just use the has method to figure out, okay, what type of plan does the user have? So we could just call has await auth, make this a async function. But the problem is this is a client component, so we have to do some refactoring here. So we could have a header wrapper here, for example. We can remove has auth from here. Header wrapper can in fact call header. So let's get all of this, move that in here. Let's use the children pattern to then render the element. There we go. Let's remove this empty line. And here we could literally just call has await auth, and this could be an async function. And let's import that. Here we can say is pro. So has and plan, you can just say plan will be pro underscore plan. And instead of using the children pattern, let's just render header in here. So now let's get the header component in here. Pass is pro or not. And then this stays the server component. We can call the auth, but then this itself becomes a client component. Let's remove async from here. Let's remove this from here. Let's get another property here. Let's call this pro. There we go. Let's remove the duplicate is pro. We need to remove two divs. That's just going to screw up our styles. So we just can do that's it. So we can just still keep everything as is. So now instead of header, you're going to call header wrapper now. Perfect. Let's remove this, and all you're doing in header wrapper is essentially passing if the plan is pro or not. Alrighty, so this remains a client component and the rest of the elements flow in as well. But now if we go to /signin, earlier we were using the sign in and sign up components from Clerk, but for /signin we need to do something differently. We need to set up a route. So in Next.js, we could simply just create a new folder and call this sign in. But similarly, since we want Clerk to handle the sign in, we need to do another thing, which is another folder. And this is going to be a catch-all route. And in here, we're going to have page.tsx, which is in fact going to have the sign in component from Clerk. There we go. In a screen, item center, justify center with the sign in component. That's it. Similarly, we also need a sign up page. So let's create that sign up, and let's create another folder here. And let's call this sign up, which is a catch-all route, which is what Clerk requires us to do so they can handle the sign up process as well. This needs to be TSX, same idea, but this time we're going to get the sign up component from Clerk. So if I go to sign up, we are now in sign up route with this create account modal. So now if I go back to sign in, we have a pro account with all these different values. If I sign out, now we have a sign in and sign up model, which is exactly what we want. So since the user is a pro user, we show that. And let's make sure we are using that in here as well. So we open up the header. We have is pro, which is what comes from header component, which is where we pass if the pro plan exists or not. Now, if we go to clear, remember we actually set this up. We had this key pro underscore plan, which is exactly what clerk is using. If you want to check free user, we can just do free underscore user or free underscore plan. This way we are staying consistent with the naming. So this is why the key is very important here. Alrighty, so our header component is looking very nice and our auth is also set up, which gives us a very solid foundation for us to build on top of. Now it's time for us to work on this beautiful landing page. We have the hero section here with a couple of buttons with some animations, alongside powerful features section, how it works section, a pricing section, a CTA section, and a footer. All of this combined with header makes a really pretty landing page. If you refresh the page, you are going to see the content also animates. So for that, we are going to use a library called as Motion, formerly known as Framer Motion as well. So let's get to it. So first off, if you take a look at our application here, if we go to Meetsy, this is how it looks like. You have the pricing section ready to go. So let's continue building it further. First of all, we don't need this Hello Next.js at all because we need our own different title. So what we are going to do is build different components in this folder called as landing. And this is where we will store all the different components we need. So first of all, let's create a hero section component. We are going to need a features section component. We are also going to need a how it works section, then a CTA section. You also need a pricing section, and that's it for now. So let's add these. So each one of these are just gonna have, a simple React component for now, and then we'll slowly start building each one of these components. There we go. So now if we go to page, initially we are going to have a hero section, then you're gonna have a features section, how it works section, pricing section. So this will be up, a CTA section, and also a footer. So footer is something that's going to be visible throughout our application. So we are going to add that to layout, which wraps our entire application. So right underneath there, we are going to have a footer, and footer can in fact be part of layout, just like that. Now footer is going to have its own footer tag, just like we did for the header tag as well. Then we will have a border top, py12, and then in here, we will have some div, which will have a text center, for example. And then we're going to have a p tag with text sm, text muted foreground. And this is where we are going to add, date.fullyear and Meetsy. Let's import the footer now. There we go. And now you see this beautiful footer is ready to go. So we have added that to layout. Going back to the landing page, and the landing page has the footer, but also the sign-in page has the footer, the sign-up page has the footer, and so on, because we want the footer consistently throughout our application. Let's give it a relative position with min 8 screen as well. This way, footer is all the way to the bottom. All right, there's one more thing we're going to need. And let's wrap this and all these other sections in a div. And here's why. Because if you see, we have this beautiful gradient throughout our page, which is something we need a component for as well. So for that, let's create a new component called as background gradient. This component does not exist, but let's add that to landing pages. Background gradient.tsx. Let's add that here and also import it in here as well. And now let's add a relative z10. This way it has a z index and background gradient will always be in the background, for example. Right now, that's not the case. So let's start off with background gradient. So make sure to check out the cheat sheet where I have provided this background gradient component as well. And here's why. Because background gradient is essentially just going to be coding the gradient and the rest of the application is a lot more meatier. Make sure to grab the code from there. So I'm going to paste it. And right now we have two components here, background gradient as well as hero gradient. Now, in case of background gradient, we are creating a base gradient background. This is a radial gradient and all of this code is in Tailwind. And there are additional accent gradients with subtle animation as well. For example, so if you go down, we also have this SVG that I've created. It's a grid pattern overlay and a subtle noise texture for depth as well. Similarly, we have the hero gradient here too. Again, if we want, we could use that too. So now let's just extract this from background gradient and there we go. You can see this beautiful radial gradient here in the background. So that's exactly what we need. Now let's look at the hero section. In terms of the hero section, each and every component here is going to be a section. So let's create a section here. And then we will use the hero gradient over here that we just declared. So you can see there's a lot more gradient now. And in this, we are going to give it a class name of relative overflow hidden. There we go. And right underneath that, let's create another div and let's call this relative. We also have a class name defined called as section container inside of globals.css and section padding that allows us to make it a container with more padding, more of a width as well. We can actually take a look at it as well. So if you take a look, we have section padding, which centers it, sets a max width of 7XL. Section padding basically gives vertical padding, and this one gives horizontal padding. All right. So now let's make it text center here. So it's all of the items inside it is going to be in a center. Let's give it a badge from UI badge. And here let's call this powered by AI. We also need a sparkles icon with class name of size 4 inline block ML2. There we go. So powered by AI is right here. Now, in terms of the badge, we don't want it to be BG primary, which is the primary color. We first of all want it to be, give it a margin bottom, give it a small text size, make it a medium font, and so on. But in terms of variant, we want it to be a secondary variant. There we go. Now feel free to tweak the styles to however you like as you see fit. Sometimes if there's something you want to tweak, just go for it. Then we need an H1 wherein we are going to have this text. Find your perfect AI learning partner. So let's copy and paste that. We also need this text, which is going to be a p tag of the description. And lastly, we are also going to need 2 buttons. Now let's move the buttons in a div and style them later. So it's going to be a link component actually that looks like a button. So we're going to have /sign up, which is going to be get started for free. And the link component comes from next link with a button which comes from Shatsi and UI. And let's just give it a class name called as link button with hero button outline and make it a group, for example. So if we go back here, we have get started free. I think it should be for free. That's a typo right there, but let's also copy it again and paste it, and let's make this keep pricing 1. Now the minute you add a hashtag, it will automatically jump to it. So here we can just say buy a plan, for example. In this case, we have a zap icon as well with the class name of hero button icon primary, and group hover will be scale of 125, and group hover should also rotate the icon, which will be 12. And by making it a group hover, it will automatically just hover anytime the button hovers as well. And that's why we have also made this into a group. We also need another span here, which will have a class name of hero button content. There we go. And let's add that here too. So now if we go back to our button, you can see how that looks like. There was a typo there. It should be hero. This one needs to be hero button primary. There we go. Similarly for getting started, it will also have a hero button content class name. But then additionally, it's going to have a rocket icon, a class name of something like this. So hero button icon outline, group power would be 125, rotate 12, and group hover will also be text primary. You can remove this. We can remove the scale here. Something like that. Now, both of these together, obviously there needs to be some spacing here. So you can see how that looks like, right? So we also need a flex call gap. Flex call on mobile with gap 4, but on smaller devices gonna be flex row, and it should also be justify center. There we go, looking much better. Now how it scales up and down, like that will be defined by motion later on. That is a library that we'll be using, so we can worry about that later. Now, in terms of this text, find your perfect AI learning partner, we just need to style AI learning partner a bit differently, which is gonna have a block and gradient text. There we go. And for the P tag, we'll have a hero subheading as well. Beautiful. So our hero section is looking way better. Now, let's work on the features section next. And we'll add the animation a bit later altogether. So for the features section, this is gonna be a section with section container, and then section padding will in fact be in another div. There we go. And right inside here, you're going to have a section heading. Now if we take a look, we have the exact same heading everywhere in all the other sections. So we could just simply create a section heading component as well. The section heading, which will take a title and a description. This way we could just add whatever we want, and that specific component doesn't exist. So let's just do this and create it. So we will have a text center with MB16, a section heading, and again MB4, a section description, or let's just add a section description. Let's make sure we have section description defined. So if we go to globals.css, we don't. So let's add that. It's gonna be text large, text muted foreground, max W2XL, MX auto. we go. All right. So now let's import that in here. For our section heading, we are going to need the title to be this, the description to be this. There we go. So now if we go back, we have a title and a description. Beautiful. So now, right underneath the section heading, we're going to have another div, which will have all the different features here. So these are the different features we are going to need, and it's simply going to be a card component that we will use, which will basically be a feature card component. So we could just use a card component from Shatsy and UI here. But before we do so, let's give it a layout. So by default, we are going to have a grid of gap 8, but medium devices will have calls 2 and large calls 3. There we go. And inside this, we are going to map through a bunch of features. So we are going to have a feature, and instead of doing any of this, we don't need to create a div. We just use the card component from Shatsy and UI for now. Also give it a key, which can just be index, and that will come as from a second parameter of the map function. Now, when it comes to this card component, we have the icon, the title, and a description, and these all have the same structure, so we could simply repeat it. So here, let's create a features array. So take a look at the cheat sheet. I've provided you the features array. So here, let's just paste it. There we go. These are all the different features. We have title, description, and then we have the icon. I have given you the SVG icons. You could also simply use the Lucid React icons as well. So let's map through the features, and then we are going to have 6 different cards here. Now we just need to use it. So here, every card component is going to have a border 2, and on hover, we want it to be border primary, which is the orangish color, /50, which reduces the opacity, and we want the colors to transition. Underneath that, every card component inside of Shatsy gives us a header, a title, a description, a footer. So you can just use those instead of writing your own code. So we just need the card header component, which wraps a feature icon and also gives it a margin bottom of 4. And in that case, it's going to be feature.icon. There we go. And then we will have a card title with feature.title. Again, comes from Shatsy and UI. And same thing for description as well. There we go. Wasn't that easy? Shatsy makes our life a lot simpler whenever we are building these repeatable patterns and making our UI more consistent. That's exactly the app we are building. Now, if I hover over it, you can also see it looks great. Feature section is good to go. Now, next is the how it works section. Again, turn this into a section semantically. Use a section heading. Import that. This as the text. Add that here. There we go. Have the section padding that needs to be here. And right underneath it, we need a section container. There we go. Now, again, for how it works, we have something similar, right? We have a card component again. However, the way the card component is rendered is a bit different. So we are going to have a similar structure with a grid and a bunch of cards as well from Shatsy and UI. And let's import the card component. You don't need to build this here. There we go. Now, obviously, let's remove this for now. Our card component now looks a bit different. So we're going to have a hover of scale 105, transition all, duration 300. And now in here, we'll have a card header. Then we will have a card title. We will have a card description. Perfect. Now, obviously, steps is not defined yet. Again, it's going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. Plus, it's going to have a title and a description. So something very similar to what we had. So grab that from the cheat sheet as well. You don't need to export this. Let's just get that. And now we will just loop through it. For instance, we go back here. So now we have the exact same card with the text as well. But in header, we are going to do something different. We want the step to be displayed here. So we will have a flex justify center, and we will have a MB4. And let's close that div, and inside here let's have a div class name of step number, and then we could get step dot number from the array. So we have number 1, 2. Honestly, if we don't want to do this, we don't even have to do a number thing. We could also get the count from IDX plus 1 as well. Same idea. Again, totally up to you. Just wanted to show you two different approaches. So if you take a look, we have all of this, but let's just wrap the header underneath so that it looks aligns properly. There we go. So how it works section also looks very nice. Next is the pricing section. So if we head here, let's turn this into a section, and this time we want the pricing table component from clerk. So let's add that for sure. So we have the pricing table component, but we again need a title and we need a description. But again, we could get that from section heading. This time we can just say section container, section padding, same idea. But let's also give it an ID here to be pricing, because we want whenever anyone presses buy a plan to go to pricing. So that same idea, we want this to happen here as well. So if I click on buy a plan, we also are taken to pricing. So now in here, let's give it a section heading, import that, but let's grab the description from here, and this will be simple transparent pricing as the title. So we have a free plan, and then we have a pro plan, and then we have the pricing table here. In terms of the pricing table, let's just give it some sort of a width so we can say max 6XL and center it, close the div, so it now looks pretty good. And then at the bottom, we could also add that free trial thingy text. Since we already have a free plan, we don't have to worry about it. So let's leave that for now. So there we go. So now we also have a beautiful pricing section as well. Next is the CTA section. Literally the same idea. Because we added reusable components, we made it easier for us to build the entire landing page. But this time, we don't want to use the section heading that we defined because we want it to be styled differently. Or in fact, we could potentially just use it. So again, section heading. Let's import that as well. Let's say stop learning alone as the title and get matched to be the description. There we go. But at this time, we also wanted to have a button. So we get a link component with a button, try it for free as well. Import the link and the button, and the size would be large. Instead of saying get started for free, let's just say try it free. All right, so now if we go back here, we have this. Now, obviously, we need to center it, and we also need a border around it. For example, let's give it a div, class name of border, rounded large, P8. From small devices onward, we wanted the padding to be a bit more. And then let's wrap this entire div around the link component. It's just like that. There we go. It looks very nice. This whole thing also has a bit of a width as well. So we could give another max W2XL MX auto here. There we go. Now it's looking way better. Now, because the text is a bit bigger, we can't necessarily just use our section heading component. So let's just design it. Let's remove this, for example. Fix the apostrophe. And here, let's remove any class names because we already have defined H2's class name in globals.css. And in case of p tag, we can just have text large, MB8, max, W2XL, which we already do, and so on. There we go. And now it's looking so much better. Beautiful. And now we can also remove the unused import as well. So now we have pretty much build our landing page. It's looking very nice. Next, we can look at adding the different animations. We will be using Motion, which is a really popular library, formerly known as Framer Motion. It's completely free and open source to create stunning animations on a landing page. What we essentially want is anytime a user refreshes the page, You're going to see how the buttons animate and how every section appears one after the other. We want that, and that's exactly what Motion will offer us. If we head to the docs, let's go to React because Next.js is built on top of React. Let's go to Get Started and let's install Notion. So we are going to use bun for installing it. So let's stop it. Let's do bun install Motion. Install, let's restart the server. And now what we need to do is anytime we add Motion from React, we basically get this Motion component, which is essentially the core API. And you could just call anything semantically, any semantic element from it. So you could do motion.div, and that automatically will be supercharged with more animation capabilities, which is pretty cool. And honestly, very simple. And once you get this right, you'll be able to build a really beautiful landing page. Again, we are trying to build and sell our SaaS application. So with animations, your SaaS is going to get an additional oomph that you typically wouldn't have with that animations. So now let's do that. Let's head back. We have Motion, so we could simply add different animations to it. So let's create a brand new component inside of UI. Call this motiondiv.tsx. And in this case, we are going to have something like this. It will be a client component because Motion needs to be a client component. And we are going to get Motion from Motion/React. It will have a div where you could override specific properties as well. So instead of doing something like this, let's do export const motion div equals forward ref. Forward ref comes from React. Let's define the interface for how motion div would be. Motion div props extend, and we could omit certain properties, for example. So we could say HTML attributes and HTML div element, and then this will be the off motion props. And motion props come from Motion React as well, so we don't need to define it. And here let's state the children, which will be React or React node. Our delay property, in case we want to delay our animation, so we could easily customize it. The idea here is that different components will define their own delay, duration, and so on. So we don't need to redefine them every single time. And viewport as well. And viewport would be once boolean margin string and amounts to be number. There we go. Now let's get HTML attributes from React as well. All right. So now in terms of returning the element, this would be a div, right? So the HTML div element and motion div props that we just defined. Children, there will be delay of 0, duration by default will be 0.5. And let's remove all of this. Let's do initial will be opacity of 0. Y will be 20. Then we are going to have while in view, so that as the components come in view is when we want the opacity to be 1 and Y will be 0. Then viewport, again, as the components come in viewport is when we want it to animate. And we want the margin to be negative, so that way they hide and then get shown automatically. And that's the animation we are talking about. Then we will have transition will be duration, comma, delay, something like that, and then spread the props. Pass the ref over here. Something like this. Alrighty. And if you see the error, it says component definition is missing display name. So we just need to create a display name as well, just like that. Alright, so now we have the ref, initial, while in view, viewport, transition. We don't need any class name, and let's spread the props. We don't need class name here either. Let's also add comma motion props here too. This way the error is gone. TypeScript is happy. Alright, so now that we have defined the motion div, we could simply use it in the homepage. So for the hero section, let's add motion div from motion div, and let's wrap this entire thing in a motion div. And then we can set initial property and the transition duration we want. So initially, we want it to transition from opacity of 0 and y to be 20, for example. So you can see how it animates, right? So beautifully, because by default, it's going to be 0 initially, and then y is 20. And then in terms of transition, it will be duration of 0.6. There we go. So now if I refresh it, it's pretty slow. Perfect. Similarly, we are going to tweak that for feature section. As you can see, this will be 30. Duration is 0.6. Delay is 0.1. Then we have a how it works section. This will be 30, 0.6, 0.2 now. For the pricing section, we will have 30, 0.6, and let's make it 0.4. For the CTA section, it will be 0 and 30, 0.6, and let's make it 0.4. Let's refresh it. And as we go about, it's in fact animating slowly. And that's looking really nice already, as you can see here. But we also want some animations in the hero section as well. So if you go to the hero section, we can define the animations for the buttons. So we have the 2 buttons, so we can just wrap it around the link. And here we can say motion div, close it. Whoops. 1 level down, right after link. Now, as you can see, it's already animating, but we need to override a specific property. So we can say initial, transition, right? So initial is 0, y is 20. Transition is going to be 0.5, and delay will be 0.2. Then we will have animates will be 1, 0, while hover will be scale of 0.5, while tap will be 0.95. So yeah, so now as you can see, it will be something like this. And you can see how it hovers as well, which is exactly what we're looking for. Same idea here, a motion div which wraps around the entire link component. 0, y, 20, 1. Let's make this animate to be 1, 0, transition to be 0.5, and let's make the delay to be a bit later. And while hover, this can be 0.8, and y will be -2, and while tap, it will be 0.5. So now you can see how it appears after get started for free. As you can see here, our animations are also pretty much good to go. So you could take this a step further by extracting motion div into its own animated component, by giving some defaults and then tweaking it has made our life a lot simpler to animate the entire landing page. Keep this pattern in mind whenever you are designing your own components. Alrighty, so let's quickly go over the flow of the app now. Since we have the landing page set up, we have authentication. Let's take a look at how the app is going to flow. So first of all, we are going to have the dashboard page, which will list a bunch of matches, some stats, that is number of communities that a user has joined, how many matches are successful, how many are pending, that means how many conversations they still need to accept, different chats, that means what are the recent conversations like, what are the recent communities that they have joined. When you click on communities, you're taken to /communities. Then on the left hand side, you will see, okay, maybe we are part of Modern Full Stack Next.js course community. Then we are also part of maybe my other course, that is Developer Leader, or we are part of my YouTube community as well. So you can call this anti-Q community. For every community, you could also add different types of learning goals as well. And once you click on every type of community, then you can add a new goal and then find AI matches as well based on the learning goals. Then towards the bottom, you can review those matches and then you can pretty much just accept or reject them over here. And that is extremely important for you to do so that you could basically chat with them. So you could chat with someone else, like user 1 that matches your goal, user 2, and so on as well. Based on who you get matched with on your goals, then you can then chat with them. And as you have made some progress chatting, towards the end of the conversation, you could create some sort of an AI summary as well. And this is where the AI summary will be displayed, for instance. So you could chat with them and have a wonderful conversation with them over here as well as you hit send. So this is the flow of our application. Each piece connects to the other, and then we are going to build on top of it. As things come up, I'm going to introduce those new concepts, those technologies as well. Now, all of this requires us to create a data layer, which is what we'll focus on next. But if you take a look at our app, that's exactly what we have, right? We have a dashboard, we have new matches, different stats, recent chats, communities. You can go to the recent chats, view the pending matches and the active chats. You could go to communities, view the list of communities, your learning goals, and also find different partners with AI. In the chat, as you chat with users, you could also press generate to generate a conversation summary using AI. So all of this makes it a very solid application.
So in terms of our database schema,
This is how it's going to look like. Now, as you can see, there are a lot of moving parts because this is a complex AI matching application. So you're going to learn a lot. So get ready for it. So first off, we are going to store all the users inside the users table. Now here's the thing, we don't necessarily have to since Clerk is going to manage all the users for us. However, I still like to keep the users in the database table to have that extra copy, and then I can match them directly from my database queries. We have the users table, then we have the communities table where we will store all the communities. Anytime you see PK, UK, or FK, it just means primary key, foreign key, and unique key. Primary key would be the primary identifier of that table. Foreign key would be what exactly we can use from the other table to connect to it. So we can say, give me communities for this specific user, and then I could match accordingly. Then we have community members, like which community you're part of will be stored in community members table. All your learning goals, all the users' learning goals will be stored in the learning goals table. Then we have matches. That means any successful matches based on your learning goals will be stored in the matches table. Anytime you chat with someone, all the conversations will be in the conversations table. Again, based on matches, right? And then the actual messages themselves will also be in the messages table. This type of database architecture allows us to connect and keep relevant information in their specific tables. We can also index the database and avoid duplicate queries. As we are not storing everything in one single table, we have separate tables for separate things, and we will be able to connect to each of those tables and rows as well. Now, let's talk about the database. Most Next.js tutorials end up using Prisma. It is the default recommendation. But we went with Drizzle ORM, and honestly, the difference can be night and day. Prisma is popular because it's all batteries included. You define your schema, run Prisma generate, and you get a type-safe client. But Prisma can be slow. It runs queries through a separate query engine process. Every query has inter-process communication overhead. In benchmarks, Prisma is 2 times slower than raw SQL. Second, the Prisma client can be heavy. So in serverless environments where cold starts matter, this could be a deal breaker. It's also opinionated. Prisma wants you to use their migration system, their schema language, and their way of doing things. If you want to drop down to raw SQL, you fight the framework. But that is where we will still be using the database option in Prisma because it's completely free. It's a Postgres database. So we will be using the database. However, in terms of ORM, we will still be using Drizzle. Drizzle is quite the opposite. It's lightweight, it's fast, and it's not so opinionated. Its philosophy is simple. SQL is the interface, so we shouldn't hide it, we should embrace it. We define a schema in TypeScript. Tables are essentially objects, and columns are simple function calls. It's just TypeScript, so your editor's autocomplete and refactoring works perfectly.
Drizzle also generates TypeScript types from your schema, so there is no need to write types manually. You could just simply use it.
There's no Prisma generate. You define the schema and the types are inferred automatically. So Drizzle is definitely a thinner layer over SQL.
Your queries, in fact, look exactly like SQL. It's quite readable, explicit, and if you know SQL, you already know Drizzle. Plus, in terms of performance, it's really fast.
It uses your database driver directly. For example, PG for Postgres, SQLite 3 for SQLite,
and so on. There is no type of query engine, so there's no extra process, just your code talking directly to your database. And in benchmarks, Drizzle is as fast as raw SQL because it is basically raw SQL
with type safety sprinkled on top. On top of that, we'll also be using Drizzle Kit. Drizzle Kit is essentially the CLI for migrations. You just simply run Drizzle Kit generate and it's going to generate the schema against the database. It will diff your schema as well and generate the SQL migration files. You can edit these files if you need custom logic and simply run Drizzle Kit push to apply the migrations. Now, one thing I really love is Drizzle Kit Studio, wherein you could simply run that and you get your own
UI for running SQL queries, browsing your tables, and so on.
And we will set all of that up, so don't you worry, you will know exactly how to do this the right way.
Plus, type safety is what makes Drizzle really special.
Your schema becomes a source of truth. You're going to define everything in our schema, so when you query users, you're going to get an array of objects with those exact properties, fully typed, no manual definitions. And you could also simply infer the type as well, so we don't need to duplicate any types or data as well. So without further ado, let's get our database set up.
So if you haven't already, go to
prisma.io and create an account. It's completely free to set up. If you already have an account, you can simply get started. Now, let's just go ahead and create a new project and let's call this Meetsy app. Now, this is what we want. We're just going to go ahead and get started with it. We're just going to use Prisma Postgres database. Pick a region that's closest to you. For me, that's actually Frankfurt,
but feel free to use a region closest to your application.
Let's press Create Project. Once we do, we have a few options now. We get a database. So we can just press connect and now we have the SQL string that we are going to need to connect to Prisma. So let's copy this string, head over to the database in our environment local file. I'm going to call this database and then let's call this database underscore URL and paste it. This is a string that we will use later on to connect to our database. So that's it. That's all we are going to need. Next, head over to Drizzle. And you want to head over to the Drizzle Postgres SQL option in the documentation so that we could simply just follow exactly how to install the packages and so on. So let's go to Bun and let's copy this, head over to the terminal and paste it. This will install Drizzle Kit, types for Postgres SQL, a PG package like I talked about, Drizzle ORM as well. Let's restart the server. And now this is where we will simply just set up our driver. This is the database URL that we just set up and so on. So now let's just copy this and then let's head over to this specific guide, getting started with Drizzle and Postgres SQL. Let's also make sure we install these packages, stop the server, install the packages, restart the server. We have the database URL already set up. We just need to connect the Drizzle ORM to the database. For that, we're going to do something like this, but we're going to configure this a bit further because we will be using connection pooling with Drizzle. So for that, let's just go ahead and create a new folder called as DB. Doesn't need to be all caps, could be lowercase. And here, let's create a new file called at index.ts. Now we are going to use config from this package called .env that allows us to manage our environment files. And now we are going to use config. Path will be n.local file. Then we are going to import Drizzle from Postgres, pool from PG, create the connection pool. But before we do so, let's also add this, that if there is no database URL, then let's just throw an error. So let's call this connection string. And if there is no connection string, then throw new error. Database URL is not defined. Make sure to set it in the file. Once we do, we are going to connect to the create a new pool, pass the connection string, and in terms of SSL, we're going to say connection string if it includes SSL mode require, then we want to say reject authorize equals false, otherwise just false. Then max is 10, and idle timeout millis is gonna be 30,000, and connection timeout will be, let's just say 10,000. Increase the number. All right. And then we are going to export db drizzle pool, comma, and then pass the schema. A schema does not exist yet, so we need to create it by calling this. So here, let's just go ahead and create schema.ts file. Now in schema.ts file, I'm going to provide you exactly how to create the table and then create the tables and walk you through it. For instance, this is the file. Make sure to check the GitHub repo for the file or the cheat sheet as well. All right, so now as you can see, we have the users table, we have the communities table, community members, learning goals, matches, conversations, messages, summaries, and these are all the different relations. But before we dive into it, let's just remove the unused imports. Let's walk you through this step by step. We have the users table, and as you can see, all these are simple functions that are coming from, that we are importing from Drizzle ORM PG core package. We have this UUID, that means it's going to be uniquely generated to a default random primary key. And when you say dot primary key, makes it a primary key. Then we have the clerk ID, which is going to be text, email text, name text, image URL as text. This is going to be timestamp because these are all created at and updated at dates. And again, they're just going to be default and created automatically. Similarly, for communities, we have the exact same structure. For learning goals, all of that is similar. But one thing you need to note is whenever it's a foreign key, we have to use references users.id. This means this user ID is expected to be a user from the users table. So if a user from the users table does not exist and you try to insert it, it's going to throw an error. Same thing for conversations, same thing for conversation ID and sender ID and so on. Then we have this JSON B, which means we could store action items, key points, next steps, and so on as well in here. Then we have relations, which means that we could relate the database. We are going to say, okay, maybe in the users table, one user could have many learning goals. One user could have multiple community members, send messages, and so on. But in terms of same thing for here, this is going to be either one or one to many and so on as well. Same thing for learning goal relations, matches, conversations, relations, and so on. So all of this is defined using relations, which is from Drizzle ORM as well. So now that we have the schema, and let's save it. Now that we have the schema, we could simply just get to the next step. We have created the schema. Let's define the Drizzle config file. And this Drizzle config file will in fact be in the root, for example. So you can say drizzle.config.ts. And here, let's just paste what we copied. Define config comes from Drizzle kit. We import, instead of this, we just import config directly from .env file, and we load it manually over here. Then we define our Drizzle file. In terms of schema, we need to point to the exact spot where schema exists. So that's going to be our DB folder. We're going to use PostgreSQL, and in terms of database, we just have database URL defined inside of n.local. Now that we have defined it, let's simply just use npx drizzle kit push, and this is where we will use drizzle kit. So let's copy this, head over to the terminal and paste it. So now
it's going to pull the schema and changes are going to be applied, as you can see here.
So if we head over to the database, go to Prisma, and close this, and let's just refresh the page, go to Studio. You're now going to see all the different tables have been created now. So that's awesome. That means our setup worked exactly how we would want it. If we take a look at this docs, we could also seed and query the database, which is going to be the next step. But as I mentioned, we also have access to Drizzle Studio, so we don't necessarily need to look at Prisma if we don't want to. We could also just look at DrizzleKit Studio as well. So we just need to run this to get to DrizzleKit Studio. Now I realized I ran using npx, we should have used bun, but it's the same idea. If I now use bun, this is going to start DrizzleKit Studio over here, local.drizzle.studio. So now we get the SQL console that we could use. We have the DrizzleKit runner, so you could test out your Drizzle queries. But we also have the database studio as well. So we have all these different tables here too. Personally, I like the UI for this one. So we're going to use this one to see all the changes. It's also great if I'm not sure how your query is going to look like, to simply just call this. So I can say users. Now if I run it, it says no rows. So you could just call the schema directly here from schema, which is generated right here as well. So it's as easy as that to just simply run your queries as you like. Now the next step is to seed our data. So we have some data for our application here. So if we head to sign in, let's just go sign in one more time. And if we go to dashboard, it doesn't exist, but we want data here. Communities data, we want user data, and so on here. So check the cheat sheet or the GitHub repo for the seed data, but we're going to create a new file here and call this seed.ts. And then make sure to paste the file. This is exactly what we're going to need. So first of all, we will have schema here and we will have index here. So make sure to fix the imports too, wherever you decide to keep your index and schema. We're going to load the config environment file from here using .env package. And this is where we are basically creating a bunch of free users. We're creating a bunch of pro users as well. Again, the clerk ID define is sort of like random, right? But I'll show you exactly how to replace that later on. Then we have a list of communities data, for example, to different learning goals for different communities here. Some users and community assignment too as well. Some pro user assignments as well, and so on. And then we are essentially looping through and creating the seed data. In order for us to run this specific seed data, we are going to add a simple script inside of our package.json, which will allow us to simply run the seed data. So we can say db seed, and this time we are going to use a package called as tsx, load the env file, which will be .env, and run db/seed.ts. While we are here, let's add another command for generating a Drizzle schema. Let's also add db push for pushing our schema. And then we also have a db studio for loading our studio. But I guess we already do it over here. These are additional scripts that are going to help us run our scripts. So for example, we could simply just run bun run seed. And this is simply going to run that specific command and add all the users in our database. As you can see right here, it's adding all the tables, creating the messages for our conversation so we have something to go off of. For some reason, the DrizzleKit Studio stopped working, but let's make sure we do. And now as we refresh the page, you're going to see we have a lot of data. We have a bunch of users, we have messages, matches, learning goals, conversations, conversation summaries, community members, different communities as well. So in terms of communities, we have a bunch of them, such as my YouTube community, which you're part of, Developer to Leader, if you have enrolled in my Developer to Leader course, Modern Full Stack Next.js course, if you have enrolled in that, and so on. Anyway, these are This is just seed data. This is just dummy data that we're going to use to match all our users and build our system. Eventually, as users sign up, they should automatically be able to do this as well, because we're going to make sure that with all our seed data, it's also working correctly. All right. So next step is for us to get TanStack query, aka React query going. Now, imagine you're building a modern web app. You fetch data from an API. You want to display it to your users and let them create new data. Simple, right? Well, that's completely wrong, because you quickly realize you're going to need loading states, error handling, caching, background refetching, optimistic updates, requests, deduplication, and suddenly you're writing hundreds of lines of boilerplate code just to manage server data. And what if I told you React query, that is TanStack query, is the solution that solves all of this in just a few lines of code? So today I'm going to show you why it's become the industry standard for data fetching inside of React applications. To get started, let's go ahead and install it first of all. So let's just head over to the installation section. Copy this. We need bun. So let's copy this and stop the server and paste it. Let's restart the server again. And in terms of getting started, we're just going to follow the pattern. And we also need this ESLint plugin query as well. Stop the server again, install it, restart the server. And next, let's go ahead and set it up. So we need to first create a query client, wrap a provider, and then set it up accordingly. So heading on, we can close all the files, go to layout, and this is where we will wrap our query provider. So let's wrap our query provider around children, or let's just do it over here. We need query provider and then wrap the query provider. But this time, we're not going to just do this. We are going to create our own query provider that we are going to set up first. So that it does not exist yet, but we are going to create it. So let's create a new folder and call this providers. And here let's call this query provider. And this will be a provider for TanStack query. Now in here, it's going to be a use client, which is why we had to extract it out. We are going to get query client and query provider. And then let's create a function called as query provider, which takes children. And for query client, we just need to do one thing. Right inside here, we just need to say, store it in the use states, and then initialize it with default options. So this way we can say for the query client, we are going to define what exactly happens. So we don't, anytime there's a focus on the window, we don't want to refetch the query, we want to cache it. And then in terms of stay time, like for how long the queries need to be cached, we are going to say we want it to be cached for 1 minute. So something like this. But here's the thing. This is why TanStack query is so popular and so powerful, is because you could say define a variety of different options to retry the query, set a stay time, refetch on window focus, and so much more. Just by adding a specific property here, a simple property here. So now we are returning the query client provider from React query, and now we just simply need to import it from our component. There we go. So now our React query is also set up. If we go back to the docs, we just need to use this hook, use query, define a query key, and then call get to dos. Now get to dos will be our API call that we could just simply use. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's create a simple query. So for that, let's just create a new page. And for that, we are going to move all of this in group called as main. So the rest of the pages remain in that. This doesn't change how Next.js use these pages. So we don't have to do /main/dashboard anymore. The fact that we use these brackets, we could group specific pages. So inside here, we'll create a page called as dashboard. And in that, we are going to create a page called as page.tsx. And let's export the dashboard page. Boom, there we go. So now if I go to dashboard, we have the dashboard page here. Now we could start using query here. So we could simply say, I want specific data, and let's call this first. Let's call use query from TanStack query. And then it takes a few options such as query key. That means how we want to identify the specific query. So for that, we are going to say this is going to be actually not a dashboard query. Let's call communities. So we'll fetch a bunch of communities here. And then as you saw here, if you want to call a get request, we can just use query. If you want a post request, we can simply call use mutation here. So query function will be get to dos. So here we can say query function will be async. And this is where we can define how we want to call it. So we can say const stress equals fetch whatever. And typically over here you want to do fetch, right? But right now we don't have anything yet. We don't have a API call. So we could just simply return a new promise that results in return name as community1. All right. But the fact that we use query here automatically means that we need to make our page a client component. So we could get data loading error automatically. So now we don't need to add a bunch of use states here. We could simply do it. We could simply just extract those specific properties. And right here, we can say this is the dashboard. Let's call this an H1. And we also need to make this a use client. This is an H1. And we could simply just, if there is data, then map through it and return it. There we go. Now, because data is not defined, we could also just say, if it's loading on error, we could just return the error as well. All right. So now community1 is in fact displayed. So if I refresh the page, we get a loading. And then that's it. We're able to fetch the data. It's as simple as that. So our React query is already set up now. And this is the exact pattern we are going to use to essentially just fetch data from the database. So now every single page is going to have some spacing around, spacing top, spacing horizontal. And if we go to community, the same idea. So we need to create a div with a class name called as page wrapper. This itself will give it a wrapper around the page because every single page is going to have some sort of a wrapper around it. Inside of main, we could simply create a layout that every single page is just going to use. So here we could just create a main layout and call this page wrapper. But before that, we just need to set a min 8 screen bg background. Go. If our dashboard showed a loading state, here we can add a main. There we go. And call this page wrapper. And let's call this container mx auto, something like that. Also need py8. And you know what? Let's just get rid of this because we don't need additional spacing. There we go. So now you can see, even if I go to communities, I mean, it doesn't exist right now, but if it did, it's going to load and use the same layout. And that's also the advantage of using group layouts like this, group pages like this. Because in this grouping, I could define a layout for this specific grouping itself. All right, so here I could keep my page wrapper and then create another header here. And this will be a div. It's a wrap dashboard. And let's call this a p tag, which will have a class name of text muted foreground. And here we're going to say welcome back. And we don't have the user information here yet, but we are going to. And let's call this, Inkita. There we go. So now we got welcome back here as well. Now, in terms of H1, it's quite big. So let's call this text VXL, font bold, tracking tight. There we go. So now it matches to what we have here. Perfect. So now in terms of the user, you can already see if we try to access the user from clerk, we could use the use user hook from clerk, which is a client component. So you could simply just use this. And whenever you're using /clerk/Next.js, This could be client data. But whenever you use /server, that means it's going to be a server hook. So keep that in mind whenever you're using it in a client component. Now, in here, we could just say user.first name and or just user. So you can see that my name is still here. So if I want to get dot last name, then it's my last name here. So use user hook is very important, especially in a client scenario. All right, so now our name is here as well. So next thing, if you see, we have this component, we have a bunch of these components here, right? We have these stat cards, we have recent chats. So let's introduce them one by one. First off, let's just make sure that we can invoke data from the database and replace this dummy data.
So in this specific application, we are going to use Hono as a web app framework for building our backend.
If you're wondering what is Hono, Hono is a web framework that's taking the JavaScript world by storm. It's ultra light, just 13 kilobytes. It's really fast, handling 50,000 requests per second, and it's designed for the edge, meaning it runs on Cloudflare workers, Node.js, Dino, Bun, Lambda, and so on. And honestly, the word Hono means flame or fire in Japanese, so it definitely lives up to the name because it's blazing fast. But frankly, the real magic isn't just speed. It is a developer experience because it gives you everything Express does, that is routing, middleware, error handling, you name it. Whatever you want in a powerful backend, but more importantly, it's also TypeScript and Edge ready as well. Plus, it doesn't have any legacy baggage as well. But the philosophy of Hono is built on top of three principles: speed, simplicity, and standards. Because Hono uses a Radix tree router that's optimized for performance. And that's one of the pros of Hono as well. The API is in fact tiny. So if you know Express, you already know Hono. It's cleaner with no deprecated patterns as well. Third most important principle is the standard. It uses the web standards request and response object, not node-specific APIs. This means that your code is going to run anywhere, it's going to work anywhere, serverless, edge, or traditional servers, because you're not writing any magical code on top, you're just using what exists in terms of web standards. So if you're wondering, well, why are we going to use Hono over Next.js API routes? And frankly, this is a question that sort of divides the Next.js community. Should you be using Next.js API routes for your backend, or should you bring your own API framework? Well, most tutorials are going to tell you to use the Next.js API routes because it's easier, it's built in, it's convenient, they work out of the box. But with production apps, you definitely need a real backend. Because they have serious limitations. So for this project, I kind of wanted to show you how to use Hono, an ultra-fast web framework, and how we could get it to run inside of Next.js through a catch-all route. So why Hono over Next.js API routes? Well, because there is no global middleware, and almost every API route needs authentication. In Next.js API routes, you write this in every single file. You want to get the session from clerk, check if the user ID exists. If not, return unauthorized. That's 5 lines of boilerplate code repeated in every single route handler. If you have 50 routes, that means 75 lines of duplicated code. We don't want that. What if you want to log every request, add rate limiting, track performance metrics? You have to manually add that to every file. So there's no way to say run this middleware before all the routes, and Hono gives us a really powerful middleware. Same thing as middleware. There's no global error handling. Next.js API routes don't have a global error handler, so if your database query throws an error, you need to try catch it in every single route. With Hono, we could just do that by defining a global error handler. So with our centralized error handling, you either write try catch blocks in every route, or you let errors bubble up and crash with ugly 500 responses. We don't want that. Plus, to poor TypeScript support. Next.js API routes give you the request object. You call request.json to get the body, but TypeScript has no idea what shape that data is. So you have to manually type it, validate it, and hope you didn't make any mistake. So you don't get type safety. With Hono, you do get that. The other problem is performance, and this is a big one. Next.js API routes run on the Next.js server, Every request goes through the Next.js middleware stack, routing, rendering, server components, everything. For an API that just needs to read from the database and return JSON, this kind of feels massive. This overhead is massive. So you're paying the cost of Next.js's file system router, app router complexity, and typically adding a layer of abstraction you don't need. So Hono definitely shines there. So you're going to see with Hono how we could write a better backend overall. So let's define how we could integrate Hono with Next.js. And for that, we are going to use a very interesting pattern that is going to help us use Next.js but also use Hono in parallel. So if you go to Hono, let's just go to get started. And here, let's head to Bun and copy this. Head over to the terminal. So instead of creating Hono, let's install it. In here, you can say install Hono. Hono has been installed because we already have an existing project. Now, let's clear all of this. Inside of the app folder, we are going to create a new folder called this API. And here we are going to create a new folder route, which is a catch-all route in Next.js. Whenever you use double brackets, this means this file intercepts every request to /API. And in here, we are going to create a route.ts. Now, this route is where we would set up Hono. So inside this specific file, we are simply going to create a new Hono instance by saying const app equals new Hono. Hono. We need to import Hono from Hono. Get variables from Hono. You need to define that by type. Variables will be user ID, which we need, which will be a string. Dot base path will be /API. Variables, be variables. There we go. And now that we have created an app instance, this is what we will use to define it. So for example, if you want to define a global error handler, we can just do on error. For example, I'm just going to console log it for now. And if we want to define a middleware, we could just do .use, for instance. And let's hang on to the middleware for a second. We'll get to that. But let's define our first simple API route. So if I want to say app.get, we could just execute a GET request. So here we can say /communities to get all the different communities. And just say all maybe for now. And here we could simply just call it directly. So now let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's just say call all communities equals awaits. And then here we could simply just do db.select. And db is something that comes from db, which is our this export here in index, which is db/index.ts. .select, and we get it from communities. Now remember when we called communities inside of Drizzle Studio, we got it from the schema. That's exactly what we are going to do here. And then return the communities here by using c.json, which is amazing because it gives us these functions that we could simply use. So now this means we have executed the GET request. So now if we go here and go to /API/communities/all, it's not going to work because we need another step. We need to wrap this up in a get, post, put, and delete. So for that, we're going to say const get equals handle and then wrap app in it. Handle in fact comes from handle Hono/Vercel because that's where we'll be deploying it. And if you refresh the page, boom, there we go. We now get all the communities from our database simply by doing it. So that means over here, we have the error handler. Over here, we are going to have the middleware, which is going to be global. That could be parsed, where we could check our user object. And just by doing this, we have wrapped our requests in a get, and we are letting Hono Vercel handle it, which is pretty sweet. So that's what we did. We import Hono, Then we created an app instance. Then we defined the routes that we need, and we exported get handlers. Now, similarly, if you want to do the same thing with post, we could do that too by post. We could do the same with put and delete as well. So all these requests are just going to be handled by Next.js. Next.js calls these handlers and they delegate that to Hono. So Hono handles all the routing, the middleware, error handling, and Next.js just passes the request through. So we get the best of both worlds. Next.js for the front end, Hono for the API. And with Hono, we are going to write our middleware just once. We don't have to repeat it over and over again because that specific middleware is going to run for all the routes. So we could create a auth middleware by defining a middleware function that runs at every request. So here's what we can do. So we could do app.use, and this is the interesting part. We need to do asterisk. That means we are going to run it for all our requests. But we might want to skip it for public requests because remember, all API routes are going to route through this specific file, but we also have other routes that are public pages as well. So we need to keep that in mind. So we need this async c next, and next is going to be how we pass it on to the next thing. And if you remember how Next.js proxy works, it's very similar. And then here we want to define the public routes that don't need to go through the API. So here we could say we want to say /API/community/all. They don't need to go through a public API. Then we could just define that. So if public routes dot includes c.request.path, then we want to just return await next. Whoops. This means if it's this path, it's a public route, it's going to be passed on to the next thing. So we're just saying next. This is not something we handle. Hono handle. But in our case, because we want to check if the user is in fact authenticated, so that no other random users that don't have access to our system can access it, we define a auth middleware, which means we get the session, from auth. Auth comes from clerk server auth, because remember now, it's clerk/Next.js/server. So remember, whenever you're using client, you don't need the server part. So we get the auth. Then we check if there is a user ID. If not, we just return a 401 error unauthorized. But instead of doing this, we throw a exception. We say throw new HTTP exception 401, comma, message as unauthorized. An HTTP exception comes from Hono/HTTP exception. So Hono gives us those APIs for us. But if not, we just set the user ID to the context and then return next. Now remember, we defined this variable for user ID, which is how we were able to set it to user ID. All right. So now if I refresh the page, this is still going to work. However, let's say just for fun, we don't want to define these public routes. If I refresh the page, since I'm already logged in, it's actually setting it. But let's say there was no user ID, it would throw an error. So if I go and log out, there will be no user ID. And in that case, if I do /API communities, we get internal server error. So it's only for logged in routes. So I'm going to go back here, refresh the page, and you can see at the minute I said this is going to be a public route and we don't need a user ID, automatically we're getting all the data necessary. So that's the beauty of using something like Hono. We define the middleware, we define the error handler, and so on as well. All right, so this is pretty cool. We have been able to define a GET request. And similarly, if we want to define a POST request, we could just do app.post. And anytime anyone wants to join a community, we could do community/community ID, which is going to be the dynamic route /join. And here again, we could simply just access it and create. Anyone can join the community. For example, any user can join the community. So here we could say, get me the clerk ID, which is going to be c.var or c.get clerk ID, which is going to be a string. Then we can say, give me the community ID from the request params. So you could just get that from the community ID. Similarly, now we could try to get the request from clerk, get the user from clerk, right? But if we say, then over here, we could simply just verify that this specific community exists. So we can call EQ from Drizzle. So if there is that community or not, you're going to check that. And then if that's not the case, then we will insert it inside of community members. Now, this is a very simple function. We're going to add more logic to this later on. But just to show you that how post request works. So here we can just simply get clerk ID and community ID. That's it. We don't need to define this again. All right. So here we're checking if the community even exists. If not, then return it. Then just return a HTTP exception. Otherwise, just insert that specific user into the community ID and let the user join the community. So it's as straightforward as that. And then we could simply return a message saying, join community successfully. Again, C is your best friend here. That is context, and context has all the information. So we check if the community exists, and then we insert it. Now, similarly, if we have to do a post request, we would need to do app.post. If we do a simple like join community ID, right? And for now, let's just return join community successfully. So if we go here, change this to post request and localhost 3001/this, right? And just enter. We are now going to get a error because again, we have so many different layers, right? We have this middleware, then we have constraints in the database, but you can see that now it's giving us the join community successfully message because it's a post request, because we turned off the middleware. So you can already see the benefits of you having a separate backend. We have a global error handler. We have a middleware that just works. And now let's just define this error handler a bit more, because right now it's not as obvious. It's not as verbose. So we could say, there's an API error. Now let's add the error, log it. If error is type of HTTP exception, then we want to do error.getResponse. But if error is instance of error, then we want to do something else. So we want to say, if it's instance of error, and if error.message.includes, if it violates something, or if error.message.includes has some sort of a constraint, then we just want to share something like return c.json. It's a invalid data provided, and then pass a 400 error. Similarly, if error of maybe error.message, and this needs to be inside it, if error.message is not found, or error.message.includes, again, if it's like a different case or something, not found, then you say return c.json, error.message, a 404 error. Something like that. And then by default, it's going to be an internal server error with the 500. So we're logging the error so you can check exactly what's going on and so on. So again, Hono's error handling is quite elegant. You define one error handler with app.onError. It receives every thrown error and the context. So if the error is HTTP exception, Hono's built-in error type returns its response. It already has the right status code and message. But let's say if it includes violates or constraint, this means it's a database error. And in that case, we want to return invalid data provided 400. We don't want to expose our schema here. But let's say if it's not found, then we want to return a 404 error that because it's not found. And there's a typo here. And lastly, for everything else, we want to just return a 500 error. So now every route can just throw errors. They're handled consistently. If the validation fails, we throw HTTP exception. Resource not found, we throw HTTP exception. Database error, we want it to bubble up. An error handler will transform it into a clean API response. And the routing just is beautiful. With app.get, you can just define a path and a handler. The handler receives the context and you're able to just return the data with these special functions that we get directly out of the box. If you want to get params, you could simply do c.request.param, query string c.request.query, and so on. If you want JSON, you just do .json. If you want request, you do c.request. Again, it's very simple. And here's the real power. By exporting the app's type, you use it for end-to-end type safety. The client also knows what endpoints exist, what parameters they need, and what response shape they return, all without generating any code. So that's the beauty of using something like Hono. Now, if you think about it, once we have communities, then we will have matches, then we will have users, and this file is gonna get crazy. So there's a pattern that I would recommend to use in production, which is to use app.route pattern. This way you could move similar routes that belong to the same domain in a completely new file. For instance, we could do something like const routes equals app.route community, and now we are going to move that into community routes. So what we could do is, let's create a new folder here called as server. And inside that folder, we will create community routes.ts. And in here, we can then define what the community's route should be and so on. Example here, we can say const communities app equals new Hono. I get a new Hono instance. Variables will be a type, which will be of type variable. Creating a new instance. Here, let's import the necessary. So we define the type and we import Hono. All right. So now that we have done that, we just need to do .get and move the routes here. So we have this part, right? So we just need to move it. Add that attaching to this. And the reason is because otherwise the types are no longer going to be defined. So now in community routes, just do communities app, and then we obviously get DBs and we get the schema as well over here. And now we import community routes here. So there we go. All right. So now that we have defined this route, we could do something similar for this route as well. But again, this could just move in our community's route, something like this. So we just have to chain it. And now if we go here, we just need to do one thing. We need to export the type to be type of routes. And this is the type that we would use on the front end so that we could use that as part of our client. And I'll show you how. So now this can still remain undefined. We are not going to do much with it. And this should still belong to app itself. So now if I hover over it, you can see these are all the different types. But before, let's say we did not do this and we had all the routes defined here without, what we had before. I'm just going to Command Z it, right? Then if we were to do export type, app type of app, this is nothing. Like this is a blank schema. So that's why we need to define the way we need to define. So now if I do type app type equals type of routes, and let's bring back how we had routes before. So we can say const routes equals just communities app. Then now if we hover over types, you're going to see all the types defined. Now this is a production ready pattern. This is not something you would understand. In fact, you would find that even AI hallucinates when it comes to types sometimes. So something you need to keep in mind. I'm teaching you in this specific app on YouTube. All right. So now if we refresh the page, it gives us a 404 not found. So if we go here, we don't need /communities anymore because that's already defined. Here we just need /. That's it. Now if we refresh the page, we are back to where we started. And that's because this is automatically going to be prefixed to the URL route. So anything that belongs to /communities should be in this specific file. So our route is looking very nice. Now, in order for us to access it on the front end, we need to do something different. We need to create a Hono client. So for example, if we go here and if we look for building a larger application and best practices, they talk about this app.route. This is what we are using. And if you're using RPC features, we need to define something like this to get the type correctly on the front end as well. So now, in order for us to get that end-to-end type safety, so that we know that whatever we have on the back end, we also have on the front end, let's head over to dashboard. And inside of page right now, we have this query function that doesn't do much, but right now we do have the communities, list of communities essentially. So we could simply just define a file and use it. So inside of lib, let's create a new file and call this API client.ts. And in here, let's import etc from Hono client, import the app type that we defined right here in the API client, and then create a new API client, which we're just going to call it to be client. There we go. And here we could just keep it empty. Now, what we're going to do here is inside of the query function, we could simply just call it. Call the client and then access it directly. And now you're going to see how we are going to get end-to-end type safety. So now we can say res equals await client from lib client dot API dot, and you can see we already have communities dot the two routes that we have. So for now, we're going to do all dot get, and that's it. That's how we get it. And we just simply do response.json. Let's change the type to string, and it's no longer an error. Remember how we had a typed error there? We no longer have that. Now, this is localhost 3000, but let's go back to localhost 3001/dashboard. And there we go. We have all the communities displayed from the backend. So this is how we could get like end-to-end type safety with Hono, Next.js, and having a separate, really powerful backend, which has middleware, global error handling, and so on. Let's continue building the dashboard page, because as of this point, we are listing just the text, the name of the community. We could actually be rendering your community's card here as well. So instead of rendering community just like this, we could actually create a div here with a grid, gap of 6, large. Let's render calls to. And here we could actually render a card component with a card header and a card description. So let's import the card component and the card header as well. All right. So when it comes to rendering the card, we actually have two cards. We have one card for actually rendering the communities, and we have the other card for the actual content of the cards themselves. So first off, let's just render the surrounding card. So in the header, we are going to have a card title, which will have communities here. And then that community's title is also going to have a user's icon. That user icon could be size 4, MR2, and text primary. Let's go back to our app. You can already see that's how it's rendered. So obviously we need to give it a flex so that it is right next to each other. And we also need a link component as well over here. So that takes us to communities with a button, which will be rendered from UI button, and variant outline, size small, with manage as a button. And this specific link component can be imported from next link. There we go. So that you can see we have the manage button on the right. Now, obviously this button needs to be all the way to the right hand side. So let's align that by adding a div in the header, wrapping the title and the links. Let's give it justify between. There we go. Now inside this card, we need another card. So maybe the card content itself could be that. But before we add that, inside of description, let's add a text, communities you are a part of. Now, there's one annoying thing about this thing. We can add a apostrophe over here, or we could just go to ESLint config file, and that's where we could simply just set up that, hey, please stop bugging me about these codes, and just escape them. So inside the card content, we can add communities here. Now here's the thing. Let's also move the description inside the header so that it's aligned properly. Now if you take a look, we also want the exact same thing for recent chats. So we could simply just duplicate this as well. And let's call this recent chats. And this one would be a message circle icon. And here we are going to say view all. And instead, this will go to chat. Now, this will obviously come above the community. So let's add that here. There we go. Now we have recent chat and we have communities. Going back to communities. Inside the card content is where we want to render all the communities that we are part of. So let's give it a div and say space y3, which gives vertical spacing. And here we can simply render a clickable card. So here we can say card title, and card description. Card title, and there will be 3 cards that we need to render. So let's map through the data. There we go. This will be a name. Or we could just move both of them in header. We have the card title and the description. Both of them can be added in header. There we go. So now it has a bit more spacing as well. Now in terms of the card title, we can just make it SM. This way it's smaller. Same thing for description as well. There we go. Now it's looking way better. All right. In this one, we can just say shadow dot effects. Now we want this whole thing, every card to be clickable. So we need to wrap it in a link component here. So let's wrap the entire card. We would have to move the key up just like this. And this will just go to community.id. Beautiful. So now if I click on it, you can see it goes to that ID. So for some reason we lost the spacing. So let's just move it up. There we go. We are back. But it's still clickable. So that's good. All right. So now our card content for the communities is pretty much good to go. But we don't want to display all the communities. We want to display the communities that belong to that specific user. So that's the difference here. We want user-specific communities. At this point, we just get all the communities and we show. So we need to tweak the API for that. So going back to our route over here, and on the server side, we have this community. So let's create another GET request, which will just be a slash. And this is what we're going to do. Over here, we already in the context, we have the clerk ID. So we could just grab that by c-node get user ID. And then over here, we just need to check if that specific clerk user is a user in the database or not, or do we need to create it? So let's just create that. And if for some reason there is no user, then you want to just return an empty array. Something like that. Else, if that's the case, if we do have a user, again, I'm going to comment this out because we don't have a user. Assuming we do have a user, that's where we need to get the user community. So here we could say user communities equals await db dot select, and let's select only the items we want. So we want community members dot id. Then we want user ID to be community members dot user ID. You want community ID. We want join that, and we want community from community schema. And what we are going to do is once we select it, we want to get that from the community's member column, and we want to inner join it so that we could get the information. So we want to inner join communities on communities, as long as it's equal to community members dot community ID and communities.id. And here we need to check, let's import EQ from Drizzle. And here we need to check community members.user ID is in fact equal to user ID. Now clerk ID is something we just get, right, from clerk. But we also need to make sure that this is a user that exists in our table. So we need to create a function for that. Let's create this specific function now. Let's just quickly return here to be user communities. There we go. Here we just need a slash. So now, if we go back to page, we don't need an all here. We just need to get the communities. So if I refresh the page, it's loading, and unauthorized is not a valid JSON because I'm not logged in. So now, if we go to dashboard, we get an error saying that it is not a function. That means there's something went wrong. So let's log the data here. And one of the debugging techniques which I really love to do is just console or log, but use JSON.stringify data. So we get an error saying that data does not exist. There is no error, otherwise it would throw an error. But here we can just add a condition. If response is not okay, let's return failed to fetch communities. There we go. It returns failed to fetch communities. That means something is wrong on the API side. So in here, we want the user ID to be the user ID of the table. So let's just create this specific function. So let's create in the lib, we could create a new file and let's call this user utils.ts. And here, let's create a function for that. Let's remove all of this. We have a clerk ID, and this is what we want the function to do. We want to get the user by clerk ID, and we want to create that specific user if it doesn't exist, but also handle updating the existing seed user with temporary clerk ID. Because here's the thing, if you go here, we don't have a proper clerk ID for any of these users. So if whatever clerk ID we do get once they sign in, we just want to assign it and so on as well. So let's do that. So here we could say user equals await db doesn't exist, let's import it, and let's select the user from users. So now we're going to get the proper user. If the user does not exist, then we want to create the user. So we could say const clerk user equals await current user. If no clerk user, then return null. And here, let's get the email, and we can say get the email address or it's empty. And then let's try to get the existing user. Check if this specific user exists or not, because if the user exists, we want to associate it as well. So we want to let's turn this into a net, and then we just want to do user equals awaits db.update users, and then set to be clerk ID, and let's do clerk user dot ID, comma, let's do name to be this. I guess we should just get the first name first, then last name, or let's just do existing user dot name. Then let's get the image URL because we're going to need it to show in the chat. So let's get that. And let's get updated add to be new date. There we go. Over here, we need .where users dot email equal email dot returning. There we go. Now, if there's an existing user, then great. Otherwise, let's create new user here. So we can say user equals awaits create user from clerk. Let's pass in the clerk user. Now, in this case, this function does not exist. So let's create it, for example, and it would be const user equals await db.insert. We are going to create whatever user exists, and values would be, whatever we have in the users table. So clerk ID will be clerk user.id, email, and this is just us creating that specific user in the database. So we have email, address, we have the first name, last name, and the name actually we could just concatenate it. So let's just do this .pren, or let's just call it user. We have the image URL and we have the updated ad date. Let's remove updated ad. All right. And dot on conflict, do nothing. So if there's a conflict, let's not do anything. All right. So we have created the user as well over here. Lastly, in this function, let's just return the user. All right. And now we could just import that. So if we refresh the page, let's see what happens. It says failed to fetch communities. So let's make sure we have the clerk ID, then make sure we have the user. So if we go to the terminal, you're going to see more information. It says invalid input syntax for type UUID. Instead of clerk ID, let's do user.id. There we go. All right. And now it says each list should have a unique key property. So if we go back to the page, let's move this key here. There we go. If I refresh it, there we go. So now we get that information. All right. So now let's build these stat cards. Now here's the thing. We know the number of communities that the user is part of. We don't know their learning goals, their active matches, or their pending matches because we have not worked on the matching algorithm yet. So how about we just build these components, add the placeholders, and then move on to the communities page where we would actually do the matching. So let's just build the foundation here. So now if we head back, the stats card will in fact be right on top of recent chats. So let's do that. Let's give it a grid of gap 4, medium grid calls 4, and let's probably create a new component called as stats card. There we go. Now this component can live under components. Let's create a new folder called as dashboard, and let's create a new file called as statscard.tsx. Define the stats card. It will be a card component here, a header, a title, and so on. Let's import that for now and tweak it further. There we go. So now if we go back, we do see stats. The stats card will have a card component with a card header, and it will have a few properties such as a title. I guess we can just take it as a prop over here. So it will have a title. It will have value. We have title and value. So inside the header, let's add card description. Let's add the title here. And then for inside the title, let's add value here. Now, when it comes to value, it's just gonna be text for Excel. Also define the type for this one. Just gonna be string and string. And then here we can say title is first gonna be your communities, and value will be probably data length over here. Honestly, this could just be a number. So we don't have to convert that into a string. So we have value to be a number. And if there is nothing, then that just adds 0. So we have your communities as 3. Now, speaking of communities, we have data here, right? And eventually we are going to have more queries here. So let's just also say maybe user communities. Same thing, user loading and error loading and so on. Let's change that to the correct value so we know exactly what we are working with. Now, these are all the user communities. Similarly, we need learning goals as well. So let's say learning goals. For that, we'll just add a temporary value of 6 because we don't have that defined. And we also have active matches and we have pending matches as well. There we go. So let's just say 666 for now. So we know we have to change that later. Perfect. So these are a few stats card that we have defined. There's one more thing we need to do. If we expand this, we need it to be a 2 columns versus just a 1 column. So let's move these two in a div as well. Recent chats and community could be in a div. By default, it will be just a grid, gap of 6, and large would be grid calls 2. There we go. Now if I expand this, it needs to be more than that. So we need to tweak the sizing here. Okay, instead of adding a separate grid div here, let's just do that. We have a card, we have another card, that's it. Perfect. So now if I expand this, it's perfect. Alrighty. So it's looking really nice. Lastly, if you have whatever matches, we also need a placeholder for that as well. So we could fill that easily. So let's create a constant here, call that pending matches. And let's say 6. We could simply just get pending matches from here. And let's define a item here. So right under welcome back is when we need it. So which will again be a card component with a card header, a card title. Card title will be a party emoji. You have X matches. So we can say you have pending matches, or I guess new matches with the exclamation. All right. And then you could also just tweak it that, okay, if pending matches equals 1, then it's match. Otherwise, it's matches, for example. So obviously it's going to throw an error, but that's okay. We don't have to worry about that because we have hard-coded the value. Eventually, it will be fine. And then for card description, we are going to say review and accept matches and start chatting. And then lastly, as card content, we need a link component with an href of /chat, which is not defined yet, but we will, and create a button with like review matches. Beautiful. Now if we go back, there we go. It's looking very nice. Obviously, we need to fix the spacing here, but it's looking pretty good. Just need to move the header and add it over here. There we go. So now our spacing is also really aligned. And then for the header, I guess for the card itself, let's say border primary. There we go. So it's highlighted now versus earlier it wasn't. Perfect. So it's looking very good. So our dashboard is pretty much good to go. We just now need to add the data, which we will as we work on the communities and matches, and we can easily come back here and just query the database easily. And here's the thing. Obviously, we could just write queries now and query the database, but it will make a lot more sense once we are able to build the individual pieces and get the architecture going and then come back here and add the data. All right, next step is the communities page. That doesn't exist right now, so let's create it. Let's create a new folder, call that communities, and then let's create a new page in here called as page.tsx, which is a named route for us. Now, again, if we go to dashboard, we're simply just going to copy this whole thing because we want it to be consistent throughout. So that's it. That's all we need. We don't have user. We don't need it. But we do need manager learning goals here. So let's add that here. So now if I go to communities, that page should exist, which is exactly what we have here. Amazing. Except that we need a button here, which is called as join more communities. So let's add a div and wrap that up. So our button can in fact be all the way at the end. So if you're thinking, let's add a flex with justify between, you are correct. Now we have this div, and now in here, let's add a button that's imported from Shadsi and UI component library. Let's give it a variant of outline. And now let's say plus join more communities. There we go. And a button is ready to go here as well, just like that. And we don't want this to be item center. We want this to be item start. So it's all the way at the top, just like this page. Now, again, we have a card component with 3 different communities listed. We have this information already, right? We wrote a query for that. So we could simply just repurpose it. And thanks to React Query, the fact that, or I should say thanks to Query, the fact that we're going to fetch it on dashboard, it's just going to be cached automatically. We won't need to refetch it again. So for that reason, we could simply just grab the communities and list it, display it, like what the user communities are. So if we go back to dashboard and copy this whole thing, go here and paste it. you need to convert this into a use client, and let's import the necessary imports. And now we could simply just list the communities. But here's the thing, we're literally simply repeating the code, right? So let's create a brand new folder and let's call that hooks, wherein we'll create a hook for communities or any of the React query stuff, so it's centralized. So we can say use communities.ts, and this is where we could simply add a function called as use communities with a return type of React query. Let's import client from API client, and this is just simply going to return the data. So now if we go back here, we can reduce the code and say use communities, for example. Let's remove the unused imports, and then right here we can say this would just be communities, is loading communities, error communities, and so on. And so we can simply map through it. Now we have this div. Right underneath that we need another div, which will be a grid gap of 6, but it will be these 2 columns here. If I expand this, it's 1 column, 2 columns. We list the communities here, we list the learning goals here, so that's what we need to create. All right, so now we have grid goals 3, for instance. Let's do card component here, same idea. Let's import the necessary imports for the card component, which is says all communities. Then we should have another card component here, which should say learning goals for now. I mean, obviously we're gonna have these 2 buttons, but let's just keep say learning goals for now. There we go. All right, so now this card in fact doesn't take the entire width, it only takes the first column. And because it's a 3 column grid, we can say only take 1 column. So we can say if it's large, let's just do call span 1. There we go. So if we go back here, it will be something like this. This one will be call span 2. Beautiful. So it's looking very nice. All right, so now we have communities. We need to say how many people joined. So for that, we'll use a card description. Let's import that. We just need to wrap this. All right. What we need here is how many communities have people joined. So here we can say joined. That's it. Pre-join. Perfect. Which is exactly our data. Now in the card content, we want to render the communities. So let's get card content. Let's also give it equal spacing. So we can say space by 2, like vertical spacing, and then simply map through it. Something like this. Now we have communities.map, and there will be a key for ID, but these are in fact buttons, because when you click on it, we want the bottom part to change. So we cannot render a div, we need to render a button. There we go, and say key equals, let's call this C, and then we can do c.community.id and so on. Now if I go back here, we have the 3 buttons listed too, which is amazing. Obviously we still need to style it. So right next to key, let's give it a class name of wfull justify start, and when it's selected, we want the bottom part to change. So for that, we need to keep some sort of a state for what we select. So let's create a use state for selected community and set the state accordingly. So right here, let's create a selected community, get the use state. From there, let's say this is gonna be string or null. And the minute we select it, you want to set the value accordingly. So let's give this button a on-click handler and say when it's selected, it's in fact going to be. So now when a community is selected, we want to highlight it. So that's exactly what we need to work on now. So we can say if the community is selected, for instance, then we want to highlight it, which is exactly what we have here. However, by default, we also want something to be selected too. So let's add a use effect, which would basically be rendered the minute there are communities. And here we can say If there are communities and if it's more than 0 and a community is not already selected, then set the selected community to be community of 0.id. Something like that. Here you can say community.length. Keep the symbol of this one or just add it just in case. And then there's an error saying that calling set state synchronously within an effect can trigger cascading renders. So we definitely don't want to do that. So let's wrap it in a start transition hook. So now you can see that the error is gone and we can easily select it. At the same time, if I refresh the page, the first one is automatically selected because that's what we said over here. Now, depending on what we have selected, we also want to update the learning goals too. So if we select modern full stack Next.js course, then the learning goals should automatically update as well. So over here, we have the 2 tabs. So how about we build those first? So we have a card header, but here let's add a div where we would put both the buttons in, something like this. My goals and partners with AI. However, again, depending on what's selected, we want to update the UI here. So we need to keep an active tab. So let's create a state for active tab. We can say active tab, set active tabs. For example, which would have 2 states. One is goals, and the other one could be matches. In my default, it would be goals. So if we scroll all the way to the bottom, we just need to set it, both of these. If active tab is goals, then set that, otherwise not. So if you go here, you can see that's exactly what we are doing here. This one also has a bot icon, so let's add that from Lucid React with size 4. There we go. So when I change the tab to find partners with AI, our UI changes completely. So here we can say if active tab is goals, that is learning goals, otherwise it's potential learning partners. So potential learning partners. That could be the card title, and the card description would be something like this. If active tab is goals, then it should be the number of goals in the community. So here we could add a backtick, and here we can say goals.length, which doesn't exist right now, which is fine, in selected community. Or we can just say members, similar learning goals. Now goals doesn't exist here, so let's just create an empty array. So we know we need to fill it later. Let's just add one goal for now. There we go. So now you see when we switch it, one goal. But again, as you can see, it's not one is singular, not plural. So we need to tweak that. So here we can say if it's, oops, not this one. But here we can say if it's one, then it's goal, otherwise it's goals. There we go. Easy fix. Now, the card content itself. Because every card has a header, title, description. We now need the card content. So right underneath the header, we have the card content, which again will have the similar thing. Card content is when I have 2 goals, and find partners with AI has a completely different UI altogether. So right underneath it, if we say if active tabs is goals, then just render this. But again, we want to render a card component as well, which will look something like this, card, and that's it. You can remove this unnecessarily. Say goal.id. If we go here, we have the 2 cards. Again, we can just remove the shadow because we don't need it. And we can change the title to SM or maybe base. There we go. But for find partners with AI, you want to display another UI. We want to say it needs to be these 2 elements, AI powered matching with a completely new AI UI altogether. So here we could just create a new component called as AI matching, and wherein we can figure out what to pass later on. So for that, let's create a brand new component inside of a new folder called as communities. And here let's add AI matching.tsx. And let's add AI matching and let's import it. There we go. Now, if we go to AI matching, this is how it's going to look like. We are going to have text center, TY8, and then we will have another div of MP4, and this is where we would add the 2 text elements. So let's let this be EH3. So we can say AI powered matching, and we will also have a p tag which will just say this text. Our community will analyze their learning goals and so on. Then we need a button which could be right here. A button size will be large, and let's import the button. And now let's say this is gonna be find partners with AI. Let's give it a emoji of a bot. There we go. Now we obviously need to say that how many goals are set. You have 2 learning goals set. So let's pass that in and take in as a prompt. So we can say we have goals, which is just gonna be then actually, so we can just say total goals. This will just be a number. So right underneath it, can add a p tag with you have this many goals set. So we have total goals, learning goals set. There we go. All right, we just need to pass that on from total goals is goals.length. So if we go here, select find partners with AI, this is exactly how it looks like. Now, obviously, we're going to fix the styling a little bit, for example, because it doesn't exactly look how we want it to. So this would be text large, font, semi-bold, MB2. This will be, honestly, just the p tag. This p has some styling already. The button will have a click handler. However, if there are no goals, then let's just disable it. So if total goals are 0, then just disable it. So if you were to compare, there is some margin on top of P. So let's add that. This will be text has some text muted foreground. There we go. Now, if there are no goals at all, you want to just display a different style. So if it's more than 0, then we can say this copy. However, if total goals is equal to 0, then we want to say you have no learning goals set. Like add learning goals first to enable AI matching. Because we only want to enable it if there are any learning goals to begin with. So now you can see, obviously nothing changes here, right? But we're going to tweak that later. But this page is also ready to go. All right, so our UI is pretty good now. So we could start hooking up the learning goals part. Now to fetch these goals, we are going to add to our API. So first off, like we are doing in use communities, let's create another use community goals hook. Let's call this use community goals. And inside of communities is where we wanna fetch learning goals for that specific community. Right? What we are doing here is depending on the community that gets selected, the goals are gonna change, for example. So we need to get the community ID and get the goals for that community. So which is why we have this community ID that we are going to fetch, which will pass on, but we don't have this API set yet. But before we do, we also need to get the community ID, which we could easily get by doing something like this. And here we can say .goals.get. Now none of this exists here, but we are getting prepared on how we are going to fetch that data. And let's add another one, which is this specific property called enable. If there is, we are saying set this to false or a function that returns false to disable automatic refetching when the query mounts. So if there's no community ID, we don't want to refetch it, essentially. All right, so now let's create this API inside of routes. So we are going to go to API route, and in here, make this smaller. Right now we have a router, right? We have a router for communities, and we are simply just getting from /communities itself, API.communities. So inside of communities app, we could add goals. So let's shrink this. And here we could say .get and get the community goals. So let's remove all of this. And let's get the clerk ID, which is already there in context. Then let's get the community ID, which will be passed via a param. We check if the user exists. So if there is no user, we want to return, or I guess throw new HTTP exception from Hono, which will be 404. just say user not found. Then we wanna get the goals and get the goals by user and by community. So here we can say await db.selects from learning goals from the schema dot where, and this is what we need. Let's remove this. Actually, it got generated. There we go. And let's add that and property from Brazil ORM as well. So here we're saying learning goals dot user ID. I always like to switch it up because we want to make sure user ID is checked first, which will be user.id. And then we want to get community ID as well. And then we just return the goals. That's exactly what we're looking for. Alrighty, so now we have a get request for it. So we add the param. We have the community ID, right? So if we go to page where we could get the community goals, import the hook. Let's just say community goals is loading community goals, error community goals, and so on. We don't have a selected community. I guess we do over here. And then you have set the community. Then towards the bottom, we could just loop through it. So we had set goals actually, so we can remove that. Save it, and let's see where we get community goals. PC or just xe dot community ID over here. Dot title C dot description. There we go. Here we need community goals dot length as well. So for this community we have 2 goals, but this one we have 2. So it's actually looking really nice. So as you can see, it in fact getting appended, which is not what we want. We want to clear it the minute we change it. Very first the page, we do have one issue, which is that keys should be unique. So maybe that's the problem. So if we scroll all the way down, instead of saying community ID, we can say ID. There we go. So now if I refresh it, it's working now. So key was the issue. Alrighty, so this is looking very nice. As you can see, we can switch between different elements. You could switch between tabs, they persist, and so on. And the first time we saw a little bit of a loader, but later on, we were able to just switch because React Query automatically caches it. Beautiful. So if you take a look, we do get an error saying argument of string one null is not assignable. So we just simply need to go here and just say it's not going to be null. And here, let's just pass that in. Or we can just add a exclamation point. There we go. So that error has also been resolved. So beautiful. So now we are able to fetch the learning goals as well. We have a couple of things to do, which is to add a new learning goal and also find partners with AI. We also have this option of join more communities where we could join a community as well. These communities are something that the user has already joined. So we also want to show that, hey, these are communities that the user has already joined as well. So basically we have 3 different mutations that we need to work on. Add learning goal, find partners with AI, and join more communities and get displayed all the communities from the user. Let's work on join more communities. Okay, this is an easy one. We already have the data for it. So let's get it over with. So first off, let's see where join more communities. Right here, join more communities. And for that, we do have a button for joining all the different communities. When you press that button, we are taken to all the communities. Now, frankly, we don't have a route here for all. We will display it, but I can already see this page is getting really long. So inside of communities, let's create another page called as all and a page called page.tsx. Get all the communities page. And that's what we will use to redirect. So this will go to /community/all. So in this case, we're just going to redirect the user to /community/all using the next thing component. All right. So now if we click on it, join more community, this is where we end up. So what we see here, when you join more communities, this part stays the same, but the rest is different. So what we can do is literally grab this whole thing, from this div, save it, and create a new layout inside of communities and layout file that both of these will share. There we go. And now let's just paste it. Something like this. Let's import the necessary elements from button and link, and children will be rendered here. This way, both of these are going to have the same UI. So now if we go here, click on join communities, you see all communities being rendered here. Perfect. But we also have a back to communities button when you go here. So let's add that into all. Here we can say something like that. And we just need a back to communities button. Perfect. So now you can see we have the back to communities button, which just takes us here. Beautiful. All right. So if we go back here, we have back to my communities with like an arrow left icon. And I believe it's an arrow from here. We could just use a chevron left icon here, for example. Or we can just use a arrow left icon. Honestly, it doesn't matter. I use an emoji, but here we are using a Lucid React icon. All right. So we have the text, browse communities. So let's add that in here. Browse communities. That can be an H2. Browse communities with a class name of text to Excel font bold. Let's add a div around it. And over here, let's say space Y4 to have equal spacing. There we go. All right. Now we just have to render the list of all the communities here. So we do have some spacing underneath that we need to leverage. So you can say empty4. So let's now create a div of grid gap 4 md grid calls 2 and large grid calls 3. And this is where we would love to render the list of communities. And as you can see, this is just a card component. So that's exactly what we will use here. So we have a card header, card title, card description, and so on. There we go. And then we also have a card content. I think we should use a card footer here for either it's going to be join community or it's going to be joined if they have already joined the community. All right. So if we go back here, this is how we display it, but obviously we need to render it. We have the card header with community 1, card description. We have a card. Let's add a card content. I guess you have a card footer, so that should be fine. And in this case, let's give a full. We need to disable it. Someone has joined the community, so we need to take that in if someone has joined or not. So let's just say const is join is false. Add that as a constant and later on we can change it. So if someone has joined, then we say joined. Otherwise we say join community. We can toggle that, joined or not joined. And we show a check mark if joined as well. Let's render a check icon too. So if someone has joined, you want to show checked, otherwise not checked, which is join community. Now footer does come up with some sort of spacing, so we can just use content over here. Or I guess go back to footer because both are the same. And let's just say px0. There we go. Now it actually just goes all the way. Beautiful. Let's add a margin top of 2. There is some spacing between elements as well. Sweet. So now we just need to fill in the data by passing in the communities. But this is a page, so we need to just fetch the community, all the communities in fact. So going back to our hook inside of use communities, over here, we get communities for the user, but we also need all communities. So we can just get a use all communities, for example. And for some reason it failed to fetch. We can say failed to fetch all communities. This already exists, so we don't have to worry about it. And right here, we just need to get the data for use all communities, display it. We just say all communities, get the map value. And because this is a use query, we just need to make this a client component. Zoom out, or I guess if I turn this into a desktop app, then this is how it looks like. Otherwise, just this is exactly what we have here. Beautiful. We say back to communities. It's actually back to my communities. Little things like that. Alrighty. So now when someone presses join community, we should also show that they have joined. In general, I think if there's an error, we should also just say if it's loading or error and so on, right? And display the message as well in case that happens. So if I refresh the page, it's loading. Otherwise, it's not. Perfect. Sweet. So now if we go back, this still says dashboard. This says community. So we just need to tweak the page, the layout, and this should say community. There we go. Alrighty. So now this is looking very nice. So we have been able to fetch the communities as well. So now we could simply work on joining the community. Now, whenever someone joins the community, you want to just go to Visual Studio and say join. So for example, if we go to communities, we have this relation, right? Community members, learning goal matches. If you go to community members, this is where we want to create a new record and update the join that date for when they joined. So if I click on this, this is that community that the user is part of, and this is the actual user as well. So we need to create a new record in the community members table. For example, we have to create a new mutation using React query whenever anyone presses join community. So if we go to all, right now if they have joined or not, we have not set the value yet because here we just get the communities and display it. Let's focus on the mutation first. So right in the join community, we definitely need a on-click handler. That will be something like a join community over here. Now, we need a mutation for joining the community. So let's go here. And this time we are going to create a mutation instead. So we need a use mutation. We don't need all of this for now. I just focus on this. If it's not okay, then we just say failed to join community. This is a mutation. It's a use mutation hook from React query. We need to give it a community ID so that we are telling which community to join. And in this case, we're going to call communities with community ID dot join dot post because it's a post request. All right. And then pass the community ID. If response is not okay, then say failed to join community and then just restore JSON. But in case of a success, we also need to invalidate the queries because now there's new data. Because remember, React query is going to cache as much as possible. So we just need to call use query client here and invalidate it. Similarly, on error, we can console log it. You can say error joining community and the error. So we need to make sure whenever we're invalidating it, we are using the correct ID over here for the query. So we want to invalidate communities overall, which means all these communities for the user. This one doesn't have the state, so this one does. So we definitely need to do that. All right. So let's focus on joining. Now, if we go back to route, go to communities app, we had created this join just for testing it. So now it's time for us to add more logic into it. So here, like I mentioned earlier, for us to join, we need to create a new record. For that, we would have to get the user from the database and then join. So let's get the clerk ID, then let's get the community ID as well. Let's do that. Then let's get the user. Begin by saying gets or create clerk ID. If no user, return a exception, right? Then we want to basically check if that specific user is already a member of the community or not. So let's just query the database. You can say existing equals awaits db dot selects. If they're already a member, then we can say already a member. Or I guess we don't even have to do so. If they're already a member, then we won't do anything. So we can check if existing, then throw an exception saying already existing. We call the community members, we check if user ID and community ID are the same. If it's an existing user with already the community, that means that they have already joined it, so we don't have to worry about it. But if not, then we simply just insert it. Insert a new record instead of community members. And then we just say join community successfully. And if we like, you can also say community ID as well. And the name of the community too if you want. But again, you can just enter the community ID. All right. So now we could simply just use it. So if we go to page or all over here, you want to join the community by invoking the notation, pass the community ID. We need to make sure we have the community ID here. In that case, we have to make sure we call the community in a specific way. So let's remove this. We just do const join community mutation equals join community. All right. So if we take a quick look at what we had implemented so far, we can view all the different communities and learning goals here. As you can see, if you click on find partners with AI, this specific button will later on be integrated to find your matching partners based on your goals. If we click on join more communities, we basically display all the communities, whether you have joined them or not, and you can join additional communities that automatically invalidates the cache inside of React query. If I change the tab for different communities, different learning goals are displayed as well. But there's one thing missing, just that users should also be able to add a new learning goal if none exists, or even like add more learning goals in general. For example, you go to communities here, we should have an add learning goal, which gives you this text box, and then you should be able to add a goal. So if you're thinking, well, that means we need a mutation for adding a learning goal and also invalidate the cache for learning goals, then you are absolutely correct. That's exactly what we need to do here. So let's implement that. So let's head over to the communities page, and we have learning goals, which is this one here. Right underneath that, we basically need another button that just says remove this button that doesn't say view all communities. It in fact says add learning goal. This should be a plus icon, Lucid React with size 4. There we go. That's exactly what we need here. 3 maybe. Don't need an arrow right icon here. This one is simply going to be a button. There we go. All right. So when you press add learning goal, we want a text area to be displayed and then go from there. So we could simply just move this into a brand new component instead of communities, and let's call this add learning goal. Let's add the learning goal here. Move this button, say add learning goal, import add learning goal here. And let's keep a div, but add the button in here with also the plus icon. There we go. Now if we go back, if you press add learning goal, nothing happens, but this should ideally just display a text area. So here we could keep a state for show learning goal, or maybe just show text area since we are already in this specific component, and hide text area, or like set show text area. And in here, the minutes that we click the button, we want to show the text area. When we do so, like you see here, this button has disappeared. So we can say if show text area, then display something. Otherwise, display the button. So if I go back here, right now it doesn't say anything because show text area is false. So instead of adding this type of conditional, we also need to just add a learning goal regardless, or just remove that for now. And instead of saying show text area, let's just say maybe a form, because it is also going to have a button. So as they show new goal form, show new goal form, and something like this. And in this case, we have the class name as wfull. That means it is still full width. And if I say add new learning goal, there should be a form here. That's exactly what we are missing here. So let's add that. This in fact could be a div. And inside this div, we are going to have space y3, pt3, border t. Then let's have a text area with a placeholder equals what do you want to learn? And text area in fact does not exist. So if we head on to Chatc and UI components and let's look for text area, we're gonna need that. So let's copy this, head over to the terminal, paste that, paste input. I guess we won't need it, we just need a text area. So let's just add that. And reset the server. And now this time if I import it, we do have a text area now. There we go. Let's save it. And we are going to have a value, just going to be some text for now. For now, let's just keep it empty. We are going to have a onChange handler so that we can keep track of the text. Let's keep empty as well for now. Rows will be for how tall we want the text area to be, and we shouldn't be able to resize it. So now if I add learning goal, we do see a text area. Alongside that, we just need two buttons. So let's give it a flex gap 2. By default, it's going to be a row, a button, called as add goal. Let's close this. And then we need another button, which is going to be cancel. Now this one is going to be a more primary button, so we need to remove the outline. But the size should in fact be small. We don't need to take it the full width. We can just have it besides each other. For example, This also should be size small with variant outline. Beautiful. So if I cancel it, then it should show the learning part again. It should have the on click should hide the form. So if I cancel it, we are back to adding learning goal. There we go. Sweet. So it's working really well, the logic for the form. Now we could actually implement the actual form as well. Now here's the thing. The minute we add whatever we want in the form, we want that to append to the learning goals. That means we need to invalidate this cache. So we need a mutation for add goal. So for that, we need to store the goal text. So let's create a new state for the goal text. New goal text. The value would be new goal text. On change handler would be set new goal text, because that's what we are going to use to store the goal text. And then we are going to have a handler called as maybe handle create goal, wherein we would actually invoke the mutation and manage different information such as clearing the text area after submission and so on. So here we could say handle create goal equals something like this. Again, let's not get ahead of ourselves. And here we could say, this is add this in a try catch block. And in here, we wanna trigger the mutation. But once the mutation has been triggered, we wanna set the form to be false and also set the goal to be empty, the goal text to be empty. And this is where we trigger the mutation. Now this specific mutation does not exist, but it should. So let's create that. So could basically create another hook called as use goals to yes. And in here, we are going to have a mutation. A React query, let's import the client. Goals does not exist, but that's where we need to create a route for it. But inside the mutation, if you think about it, what do we need to do? First of all, we need to get the text, that is title and description. At the same time, we also need, I believe I've also added tags in Drizzle as well. So if we go to learning goals, we want to basically add a new row here. We need a community ID, a user ID, which we'll already get from context, community ID, title, description, and tags. The tags are something you could use in the future to extend your existing schema and tag specific goals if you want. That was the idea. So tags could be empty for now. So we need those four things: community ID, title, description, and tags. So here we need to call create goal mutation. Let's see what we call it. Use learning goal mutation. Over here, let's call that. Import that. Now we are going to call create goal mutation dot mutate sync. And instead of new goal text, we need a few things. We need community ID, like whatever the selected community ID is. Right now we don't have that, but we could take that as a prop. Title will be new goal text. Description would also be goal text. And tags would be empty. Now here's the thing. The title could be new text slice 0,10. Whatever the first 10 characters are, or whatever the first 100 characters are. Right now, we could add another text area to get the title, to get the description as well. But again, totally up to you. Let's just keep it simple for now. But you feel free to extend it. So over here in use goals, we are going to have all these values: community ID, title, description, tags. Same thing here as well. All right. Then this specific button will be invoked by our add goal as well. Again, if it's disabled, then we just want to disable it whenever create goal mutation is pending or new goal text dot length is 0. Perfect. Now focusing on our mutation, if it's not successful, we want to throw an error. But at the same time, on success, we want to invalidate the queries as well, like we discussed earlier. So we just want to invalidate community goals in general. And if you take a look at the page, at our React queries, we have communities, all communities, and community goals. So these are the community goals that we get, and that's what we want to invalidate completely. So that's exactly what we are doing. So now we could focus on writing our route. All right. So if we focus on the routes, let's create a dot route called /goals. Let's call it goals app, or maybe let's call this learning goals app. Now we need to create it. So similar how we have the server for community routes, let's create learning goals routes.ts. Let's pretty much copy this whole thing, paste it in here, and we just need some other query here, and export will be learning goals app, and this will be learning goals app. There we go. And now we need a dot post, which will allow us to add a new goal. So for that, we need /.community_id/goals. Something like that. But here's the thing. It doesn't make sense for us to have it on a /goals. It should still be /communities itself. So let's add that. And we are just going to separate it out into goals here. So again, like we have done in the past for communities app over here, let's get this whole thing, hit it, then get the goals. Goals equals await db dot insert, and this is the time you want to insert in learning goals over here. So we will insert the different values such as user ID, which will be user ID, and the rest of the values will be title, description, and tags. So here we need to parse the body. So we can simply just do const body equals JSON, const do all of this. Body.title, body.description, and body.tag should be empty if it doesn't exist. RID. This will be goal. We are just gonna add goals over here. Sweet. So we have inserted it successfully. Now if we refresh the page for a dashboard, let's see, we have not imported it here. So let's import that and refresh the page. There we go. If we go to communities and add learning goal, here we can add a new learning goal. So this is for modern full stack Next.js course, which is one of my premium courses that I offer. So we can say build and ship any SaaS app. Now I'm going to add goal, and there is an error. Failed to create learning goal. So let's see what's going on. So if we take a look, it says /API/goals don't exist. So let's go back to our mutation, our use goals over here. This doesn't exist, so we just need to call communities, just need param community ID, and then remove this and add a JSON here instead. Should be title, description, and tags. App client API communities with community ID as a param, goals.post, and this. So here we also we can get variables, so we can invalidate it by calling the variables here, calling variables.community ID to invalidate it as well. We need to over here validate the body. And here we have just request JSON. So we are going to create a new function altogether to validate it. So let's just create that function here for validating the body. It should be validate body equals async. C for context. Context comes from Hono. Schema will be Zod type. Since Zod does not exist, let's go here and install Zod. There we go. Let's restart the server, and now let's import it from Zod, and let's close this. We're going to get the JSON. We're going to parse the JSON. If it's not a success, we are going to return an error. Otherwise, we're just going to get the data. What we're going to do here is instead add validate body, and add validate body that we just defined, pass C, which is the context we get from our route. And as a second parameter, we are going to pass a create goal schema. Now this specific schema doesn't exist yet, but we are going to create it. And this specific schema will have all the necessary things such as title, description, and tags, which is what we want. And let's add Z from Zod here. We define the schema and it's automatically going to validate that data. So first of all, before we even validate the user, let's validate the body first, then validate the user.
Then we can simply call it.
And here, let's just add returning. What we're also doing here is setting description as optional, and this is just going to be default. And here we're going to say if title is not there, then title is required, for example.
And as you can see, it's still not happy.
Because body is of type unknown, which is where we need to make sure that we are handling this case correctly while validating the body. So if it's not success, we need to parse the errors as well. So we can say result.error.issue. We're going to join them, return the message, and throw the exception as well. Now in this case, obviously we also need to do something with the errors that we just passed. So we need message and then get errors.length. If it's 1, then get the message. Otherwise, just say validation failed and map all the errors through. And then return the data.
Let's do this and return that.
6 the type 2. And now this is happy.
And now, if we refresh the page and add learning goal,
let's do build and ship a SaaS app.
Copy this and add a goal. And there is an error.
So if we take a look at our terminal, it says we're getting a 404. And that's because if you take a look at the communities app, this is where we have a get here, but we have a post somewhere else. So let's move this get in learning goals as well. So for example, if you go to route, learning goals app, and we just want to move the get here too. This way, both the routes, get and post, are in learning goals app. So Hano is not really confused. And there is an error. So let's import everything. And EQ from Drizzle. Remove this from here. Get the community ID as the JSON itself. If we go to learning goals, the community ID, we're posting to goals, and let's get it from the body and the create goal schema. Add this here as well. Perfect. We get an error saying that failed to create a goal. If we go back here, Zord is returning an error saying that expected string but received undefined. So if you remember, when we called the component for add learning goal, we took this as a prop. We didn't really pass in any community ID. So we need to pass that in. So I need to pass selected community ID here. So we just said that. There we go. And now if we go here and add then a SaaS, add a goal, boom, there you go. We have successfully added the learning goal. This is exactly what we want. So even if we refresh the page, it still works. If we change it, let's go to developer to leader and add build leadership skills. And let's add a goal, and there we go. It still works. So now if we head to our learning goals, and let's refresh the page, go all the way to the bottom, search for build the page, SaaS and build leadership skills, both are right here in our table. So we have successfully added learning goals as well. So going back here, we now see build a SaaS. If we go to developer to leader, we have leadership skills. For Python, we can say build data science skills and build sentiment analysis app. Add a goal, and there we go. So this way, the more relevant data we add, we will be able to find partners with AI as well.
All right, it's time for us to work on the AI matching feature. Whenever anyone presses find AI matches is when we directly take them to chat where they can review their matches and accept them. Later on, once they do accept, we want to update the chat over here, and then when they click on it, they will be able to chat with the folks. After a few conversation messages being passed back and forth, we could also then generate a AI summary as well. So right now, we are going to call AI in two places. One is for finding AI matches, and the other one is to generate the AI summary. So let's go ahead and implement
finding AI matches. So at this point, when I say find partners with AI, the status changes to finding matches, and we show this toast message. Now for showing the toast message, we are going to use this library called as Sonar. This specific library is amazing. It's a toast component for simply showing the different toast messages, as you can see over here. So let's install that by adding Sonar using bun. So let's stop the server, paste it, and we have added Sonar. And now let's restart the server. Now, in order for us to use Sonar, we need to declare the toaster component from Sonar in our layout. So let's do that over here, and let's add Sonar in the layout file. Now let's import Sonar toaster from UI Sonar, and then we could simply just show a toast message wherever we like as well. For example, whenever we join a community, we also want to show a toast message. So if we go to communities and page, if we go to our handlers, we have the different community goals. We show a page, that means an all page actually, not the other one. And over here, whenever someone joins, we invoke it here. We could also just say toast.success, join community successfully, and then import it, which is exactly what they show here. Import the toast from Sonar and then automatically just use it. Now, one tweak we want to do in layout is where we want to position our toast. So here we can say position is always going to be top right versus by bottom right, which is the default right now. Alrighty, so now we have this beautiful toast message, so we can remove this as well. And now going back to our AI feature. So whenever user clicks find matches, this is what's going to happen in our AI matching feature. We can choose to check for subscription limits because remember, this is a SaaS app. We want to sell it eventually. So in the pricing section, we say that if they're a pro user, there are no limits. But if they are not a pro user, then we do have limits. So there are two options. We could limit it on the API level or also not just get them to click the button if they are a free user, for example. So that's one option. The other thing is we will fetch the community members and their learning goals, which will be a SQL call using Drizzle ORM. So we'll get that data. And if you go to Drizzle Studio, we have all the community's data over here. We also have different learning goals as well. So we could use this data to then fetch and store the matches over here in the matches table. Now in the matches table, as you can see, we have a pending status and an accepted status. So once the user accepts the specific conversation, then they can go from pending status to accepted status. However, up until that point, it will be still pending. So what our goal should be is to review the user's goals, the different learning goals that they have, check which communities they are part of, and then create potential matches that the user can accept. Once they do accept, they can then share messages back and forth inside messages table over here, where we will be eventually storing the messages. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. Let's focus on creating successful matches. So going back to our architecture here, once we're able to fetch the community members, we're going to filter out any existing matches, remove already matched users, and then use OpenAI, GPT-4, and also Vercel AI SDK to then create a match score, and whenever the threshold is 70 plus is when we want to match them, for example, and then create the match records that is insert into matches with the status pending like we saw. This is going to be awaiting user acceptance, then notify users as well their potential matches, and they can take it from there. Then at the end, the users can accept or keep it as is to just decline. Alright, so that's going to be our AI architecture. Now there's one more thing we need here, which is that we will be using OpenAI for our AI layer, for example. But at the same time, we will also be using the Vercel AI SDK as well to invoke the AI as well. And here's the advantage of using something like an AI SDK. If you haven't used it, it's totally gonna blow your mind. The AI toolkit by Vercel AI from the creators of Next.js is a completely free open source library that gives you the tools you need to build AI-powered products. You simply have to run npm AI, or in our case using bun. Then we can get started. And what's cool about this is that you could use the same API but connect to different models. And now depending on where you are, it's going to show examples, but let's head over to overview. And here, we're going to use the generate text function from AI. Pick a model that we want. So if I say I don't want 4.5, I want to use Google instead, simply by changing a string in the function, we can change our model. We also can change what prompt we want to use here. So different providers do different things. You could use Anthropic if you want, Google. We can change different models and so on. And this is going to make it very seamless for us to use it. But more importantly, what's going to happen is it's creating this common structure for us. So it doesn't matter what models or different providers we're going to use. We're still going to use the same API to interact with it. This makes or integrating AI a lot simpler. So we can focus on building good AI applications without wasting too much time in the underlying details. If you want to create our own custom provider, we could also do so over here, but this is what we will be focusing on right now. So let's also go ahead and install the Vercel AI SDK. And it says npm AI. However, we can just use bun. So just like we added bun here, we can also just say AI. And this is going to install the AI package. However, it couldn't find it, so let's just do npm bun install AI. There we go. It has installed the AI package. Alrighty. So now let's restart our server, and heading back, we could simply just use this code to run our AI code. Now let's copy this, head over to our code, and go to lib, and that's where we could create a new file called as ai.ts, and this is where all our AI code is going to live. So we are going to need two functions here. One function would be to match the users, so you can say AI match users, and this is one function. The second function is going to be to generate summaries. And let's also call this AI Summaries as well. So here's what we need to do in the specific function. We need to get current users' learning goals. Then we want to get all the members, other members in the same community, and their goals as well, and their learning goals. Because if you press this button, for every community, their learning goals would be completely different. So we want to get their current learning goals based on the community ID. So we need to take in a community ID here as well. The third step is to check for any existing matches, because if there are already existing matches, we don't want to overload them. Then lastly, we want to invoke AI to match users based on the learning goals, for example. And then we want to create a new match record in the database. That's exactly what we need to do. So let's do this step by step. So first, we need to get the current user's goals. But also, we need to have an API to call this as well. So if we go to route over here, we are now going to have another route called as matches, and we are also going to have a brand new file called as matches route.ts. Let's create the match over here, and we don't need any of this. That's all we need. We need to import Hono, we need to create the users, and so on. All right. So now if we go back to learning goals and see how it's done here, we have a get call for learning goals, you have a post call, and then we export it simply. So by creating this type of a structure. We have already done so. We need to just export it.
Now, in order for us to create a brand new API, we need to change this and say this is going to be a post request, for example. And since matches is already a part of it, we need to basically say, okay, I want to create a new match based on the community ID as well. So we could just use a / for creating the community ID. Now we need to get the user, and we also need to do this. But now here's the thing. Every single function in our routes is actually getting the clerk ID, checking the user, getting the user, and so on. So one thing we learned very initially about routes is that we have access to creating a middleware. Then why not simply just create a custom middleware for auth functions that we could simply leverage, right? So what we could do is inside of server, let's create a brand new folder, and then let's call this middleware. And in middleware, we would create a auth middleware that will be responsible for all the auth functionality, setting the context, and so on. So in here, let's create a auth middleware, which would take context and next, so that we can easily pass on what's next to the user. That means what's next route to the user. And let's remove this. All right. Now, when it comes to the auth middleware, we're simply going to go to one of the routes. So let's just go to the community one. And over here, we don't do much because this is a public route. But in this one, we in fact do this exact thing, right? Or even better, we have a better consistent one over here where we throw a exception. Let's import matches app here. Or I guess it's going to throw an error. So for now, let's just keep it as is. Let's paste it. So we get the user ID. We don't need a community ID. We need to import this, import HTTP exception. So if there's no user, we throw an exception. And then what we do is we set the user in context. This way, any of the routes that have access to this auth middleware will easily be able to access it. Now, when it comes to context, we also need to create variables, and variables this time won't just be user ID, it will also be a user. A user will be a non-nullable awaited return type of get or create user by clerk ID. All right. So that's what we need variables to be. And these are in fact auth variables. So let's just rename it. There we go. Perfect. Now these are the auth variables. And now in order for us to pass a custom middleware, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. In every single route where we want the specific middleware to be used, we are going to pass that. So right after this, we are going to say .use auth middleware. There we go. And in this case, we are also going to say for all the routes here, community app have this. And now similarly for learning goals as well, we are going to need it. Let's import that. And for matches route as well, we are going to need it. So also let's import that. So now let's focus on tweaking the matches route. So when it comes to accessing the user, we could just do c.getUser. We don't need to call the user ID, because the fact that we get the user here means that it has passed through this middleware, means that there will most likely be a user. Otherwise, the middleware is simply going to return a HTTP exception. That's something very important. So if you go to community routes, if we go here, this is fine. But in this case, we could simply just say c.getUser. So instead of this, we are turning that into c.getUser. Same thing here, c.getUser, remove some code. Again, same idea. So we are removing a lot of the code that we don't need and removing any unused import as well. Same thing for learning goals as well. So like if we go to learning goals, all this is fine. But if we go to the get request, we can remove it even in the post one. Now matches can simply just access it as well. Perfect. And lastly, let's also just import app from
matches route. And let's rename this to routes because that's what we call all the others. Beautiful. Now this will be working. So if I refresh, not this one, actually this one. If you refresh the page, it says cannot resolve matches route. So we have imported that. So if we click on it, it works. Let's stop the server and restart it. And just need to command Shift R, which hard refreshes the app for it to realize that it exists. In fact, so be careful whenever you rename files in general as well. Alright, and everything else still remains the same. We are able to get the data, which means that because we have a user, so it works. So now over here, the post request is gonna be community ID / AI match. Let's get the community ID from params and let's import AI match users. You can just do c.json AI match. Now, if we go to AI match users, we also need to pass in user.id as well. So let's update that because that's how we'll be able to get user specific goals here. All right. So our route is set up now. We now need to work on the AI match users. So when it comes to getting specific user goals, we can go to our database and we just need the learning goals based on user ID and community ID. And we need the text and description here. And on top of that, if we go to route and if we go to our middleware that we created, here we already have the current user's information and we create the user and simply return it. So what we could do is pass the user entirely. This way we don't have to requery it. So instead, over here, let's pass user. Go back here and get user. All right. So now if we see, we have the user and then we can just get that user's information. So we don't have to query the user again. Now here is where we want to get the learning goals of the user. So we want to get goals by user as well as community. So we simply need to do get it, right? We need to make this an async function and current user learning goals will be from learning goals where user ID matches and community ID should also match. So let's import and as well. Whoops. Let's import and from Brazil ORM as well. To remove this apparently so on. There we go. So now we have written the query for getting the current user's goals. Now we need to get all the other members in the community. So what we're basically going to write a bunch of queries and this specific function is gonna get really long. So let's create a new file altogether and let's call this db helpers and basically move these queries there. So we can say this will be get community members, but this would be get goals by user and community, and we can paste our query here, import the necessary things. So like import and EQ and so on, and EQ get DB as well. Then we can pass in the user ID here and simply return the goals. Firstly, let's get it. Let's remove the unused imports. Now we have gotten the current user goals. Now we could simply get other members' goals as well. But before that, we need to do one more thing, which is that we need to get all the other members in the community. Also check if there are any existing matches as well. And then get the goals by users and community with potential member IDs. So here we can say get members equals we get members in community, pass the community ID and the user ID here. Then once we do, we need to check for existing matches, and for that we can create another function called that get user matches in community and do the same thing. Once we have the existing match user IDs, then we can create a new set and remove anything that already exists. So something like this, call this M. Here we can get partner user ID, pass the M and user ID. Then lastly, we want to just get potential member IDs too. So member IDs equals members.filter. If the existing matches are there, let's remove it. We want to filter them out. And we want to get their user ID. Here we can say get m.user.id. All right. And once all of this is done, is when we want to get goals by users community with passing in the potential member ID and community ID. So this is what we need. This is going to be our API. And I always like to code something like this just to give it a structure and then fill in the necessary data as well. So here, first function is getting the members in the community. So let's write that. Get members in community. And this will be the query for it. So first of all, here we want to say there would be some sort of a condition wherein EQ community ID, comma community ID, get it from DB. If we want to exclude any sort of user ID, then we want to do conditions.push users.id exclude user ID. And let's do that. And this would be exclude user ID. So if we take a look and get members in community, we just pass in the user ID. All right. Now, which is the existing user ID. Then we just want to return db.select get member as community members and get user as users dot from community members. And this is where you want to do an inner join. Get the users to community members or user ID and user ID and checking all the conditions over here. Perfect. Now we have that, so we can import it. So we are getting the members data here. Next, we want to check for existing matches, user matches in the community. So for that, let's create another query, export cons get user matches in community, which will be async with pass in user ID and community ID. And here we want to just get it from the matches table. So if we go here and go to matches table, we are trying to get all the matches for a user in a specific community. This way we make sure that the duplicates can be getting rid of. All right. So now that's going to be a simple query as well, which will query the matches table and then check if matches dot community ID comma community ID, and that's write a SQL, which will be something like this. Get SQL from result ORM, which will be if matches.user ID equal user ID or matches.user2 ID equals user ID. That means either of these cases, we want to make sure there's bidirectional matching, because user could be user1 or user2. Take a look at the database. We have user2 ID and user1 ID. So it could be, user could be either of these. So we want to get the user matches here. So let's import that. Then next, we want to get the partner user ID. So you can say get partner user ID and just check if it's going to be user1 ID or user2 ID, for example. Let's import that. There we go. This should be m.user.id. And next, we want to get goals by users and by members, by users and by community. So here, let's get the goals by users and by community. We pass in the user ID, we have a community ID, and this is what we would have to do. Let's remove this. If user ID.length is 0, if here, then we want to simply return a map, an empty map. But if not, then you just want to do const goals equals get it from learning goals in array should be imported. So if learning uses a user ID and user ID as well as learning goals.community ID and community ID, this will give us all the goals for that user. Then we'd have to create a goals map, which again we can infer the learning goals, and that's really cool about Drizzle. where we could just infer learning goals or infer select. That means whatever we would get from the select query of learning goals types would be infer automatically. And here we're just gonna create a for loop, which will be something like this. So if there is in the goal mapped, there is no user ID, then set it. Otherwise, just get it and push the goal and then return the goals map. Again, we want to get the goals by user and by community. So this way we have created a map of them, a special structure that we could use. All right, so now that we have a goals map, we want to build a potential partners list, that is potential partners and all the members without any goals, and give that to AI. So let's create a for loop, which would be const member of members. And here we want to say if existing match user IDs has, then please continue. Then we want to create member goals will be just goals maps.get. And if member goals dot length is greater than 0, then you want to just push potential partners, and that is not created yet. So let's create that. It will be an array, and member without goals will also be an array. So here we can just push user ID will be member.id, user name will be member.username, and goals would be member goals.map. Get the title. We don't want everything, so we can get the title as well as we can get the description. And here return the title and the description. And if there is no description, let's return empty. So the name. Then let's push that. Similarly, if that's not the case, then let's push member without goals as member.user. And there we go. So now we have created this list of partners that we can just use. Now, as a next step, I want to give you the prompt that we are going to use for AI. And this specific prompt will help AI figure out what exactly to do here. So once we give the prompt, then we could simply move this function all the way from the top over here, and we could simply call the OpenAI package, and let's use GPT-4o Mini. Again, feel free to pick whatever model you want, and OpenAI is something we get from AI SDK/OpenAI. Get the text, and then we can log the text. This is the prompt that we need to pass from here. And since the name and value are the same, we could just simply call it direct. There we go. So now we have gotten the text as well. So now for the prompt, let's create the prompt here. And this is something I've already provided for you. So check the cheat sheet for the specific prompt. Get the user information. Then I believe we call it something else. Get users. Get goals by users and community. Here we can call it current user goals. This will be username. This will be user.name. And that's it. So essentially, this is what we're saying. You got an AI matching assistant for a learning platform. Their job is to match learners with their compatible learning partners. Current user, their learning goals, and potential partners, which is why we have created all the potential partners. And then this is the semantic matching criteria, like goals don't need exact title, consider overlapping or complementary goals, look at both title and description, be inclusive, and return only a JSON array of partner indices. And then an example would be something like this. And after that, once it has given us that, we could then simply just use it. We need to parse that data, and then we need to get the data. See, as you can see here, we're on at this step. So before we get it, let's parse it. So we can say JSON text equals text.prim, because AI, whatever it gives, is never the same. But since we have done a lot, we have written a lot of code, how about we invoke it? And for us to invoke it, obviously we could create a post request, but also we could just hook it up from the AI, from the UI as well. So let's go to our hooks. Let's create a new one called as use AI partner.ts. Import it. And I'm not sure what's going on here, but let's import the necessary items. For example, get the query client and invalidate it. Now we need to create a new instance of a query client, import that, right? And in here, we would need to get the client from lib client, call it something like this. Now, need to fix this because we have used hyphen in our route. So if we go to matches route, we have AI match. And I say just to keep things simple, let's just do AI match. All right. So now if we go back to our hooks, here, let's do AI match. There we go. See what comes up. Rename const API matches community ID and then match. There we go. All right. And this community ID, we are calling it AI. We're calling it AI partner. So we just need to figure out what that ID is going to be for the cache to invalidate. So here we're just going to have a community ID in the mutation. Should just be community ID. And then we call the matches API. We get the community ID as a param dot AI match. We pass the param and then we return it. Then on success, we want to invalidate potential partners and with the community ID. Community ID can simply come from builds over here. There we go. So we're invalidating it. All right. And on an error, we just want to return the error and log it. Perfect. So now that we have this, we could just simply go to the UI, find partners with AI. So component, AI matching. We have this button, find partners with AI. And here we could simply create an on-click handler. And let's create a handle, find AI partners. Create this handle here. Import it. Actually, we just need to do const use AI partner. We need to just check here how we did it here. So something like this, use create and then assign it. So we can say AI partner mutation is use AI partner, which we have imported. AI partner mutation dot mutate async with selected community ID, which we need to take in as well. All right. Now we're gonna trigger it. So let's add this in a try catch block. Let's make this async. And let's give it a toast message, which comes from Sonar, and that's it. So now we can see what's going on. If I do find AI partners, if I call it, it gave us an error. And if we take a look at the issue, let's see what's up. So if we go to the console log, it says that error finding AI partner. So it wasn't able to find any AI partners. Go here, it does have it. So use, all right, as a typo, partners. There we go. So now if we press the button again, get an error. API matches AI match. So if we go to route and you have matches, we go here, we have matches, community ID and AI match. So let's see what we're calling it. If we go to hooks and we do API matches, community ID and AI match. If we go to the console, it says 404. And this should be client API matches community ID dot post dot AI match dot post. So now if we try again, it says error finding, and let's make sure we are passing in community ID here. If we take a look at our AI matching, we are not passing the community ID. So we need to pass that in. Now if I press again, refresh it, go here, find partners, it says internal server error. So the error is something else now. It says only return an empty array if there are truly no partners with any related address. And there is an error that OpenAI API key is missing. Well, we miss an important step here. So now let's also go ahead and set up the OpenAI reference, OpenAI key reference. So once you go to platform.openai.com/talk/overview, make sure you sign in. And once you do, you can simply just go here, go to API keys, and now create a brand new API key. This will be C API key. and select a project as a default project and create a secret key. Once you do, just simply copy it and add that to end local file and create a readable called OpenAI key and set your key. Once you do so, then we are good to go. So now let's go ahead and go to find partners with AI, open browser dev console because I accidentally closed it, and then click on find partners with AI. And there is a syntax error. It's saying error finding AI partner. So if we go here, let's take a look what's going on. We don't have a try catch block. So let's stop this. Let's try again. And once we do, not giving us any error here. So going back to our AI file, let's move all of this in a try catch block. We have a try block and catch block. Let's end this try block all the way at the end. This way, we will be able to understand exactly what's up. So let's console log this. We're also throwing an error, or we could just don't have to throw it. We could just console log the error. And now let's stop this, find partners with AI. Going back, it says AI matching result is JSON 1. So it did return some data. We did not, but there was an error here. So we need to parse that data just to make sure there are no other errors. So going back to our code, we need to parse the data. So here we can say if JSON text dot starts with, it is backtick JSON, then we need to assign JSON equals JSON text dot replace JSON, and we need to replace the JSON slash s slash des asterisk slash n, and this is just gonna be a regex. So let's do this with empty. Then call dot replace again to be slash n 3 backtick slash s asterisk dollar slash comma empty. There we go. Now let's make sure this is a let. Once we do, let's do else if it starts with 3 backticks. Let's just use this regex, and yeah, let's now log it. JSON text. There we go. All right. So now let's refresh the page, clear the console, go to find partners with AI and invoke the button. It's giving us error finding AI partner. So if we go back here, you can see now we have AI matching result to be this. And if it go back to the UI, saying that AI matching always returns an error whenever there's an error in the mutation. So we need to figure out why. But before we do, let's parse the matching indices. You can say this to be emptied. Then let's add a try catch block here. Let's parse the JSON. Let's check if it's not an array, then do console.warn invalid JSON format returned by AI, and let's do matching indices as empty, and let's do a catch here. Let's remove this, and as we do the catch, let's do array match to be JSON text dot match, and add a regex here to be the comma slash s. Again, like AI sometimes returns this type of a response. So we have to be always careful how to avoid it, how to parse it. So now that we have this, let's just do if array matches, then let's do JSON.parse. Array match 0, else let's do console warn and throw error saying that AI returned invalid response, something like that. And also over here, let's log it to be AI to be extracted array from response to be matching indices. There we go. All right, and here we have the warning and we have a catch here, plus we have a catch outside as well. Perfect. So now let's see what's up. Now if we refresh the page, Go to communities, find partners with AI, and invoke it. We are getting the right reply, which is that AI matching result is this, but we are getting an error.
And lastly, let's also create matches with the selected partners.
That means creating a new match record here. So let's do created matches equals empty for const idx of match indices. Let's do partner index equals idx minus 1 if partner index greater than equal to 0 and partner index is less than potential partners dot length. Then const partner equals this. We have to create the match and then push it. Now it comes to pushing the data. We need to spread the match and then do partner name will be partner.username. A create match function does not exist and we need to create it in DB helper. So let's do this and create match.
Then we insert the matches.
So we can just get the match, return the match.
Add user 1 ID and user 2 ID with community ID and status as pending.
All right. And now let's import it as well.
Beautiful.
And lastly, here, let's return matched, which is created matches dot length, comma, matches, which are the created matches. Perfect. And let's type this as well. All right. So now let's see what's up. Go to find partners with AI and let's press the button again. And it says AI partners found successfully, which is awesome. So if you go back to the console, you're going to see AI matching result is 1.
So let's just do console.log created matches
and created matches.length. Now let's press it again. As we do, you can see that it actually created 0 matches. Now there were a couple of things we missed here, which is why it was not finding any partners. So first of all, let's take a look at the changes. Add a default array here. Second, we're going to add a bunch of logs here just to make sure it all works. This is just error handling. If potential partners.length is 0, then we should return something. But more importantly, the bug was not even in this function. The one change we made was just returned whenever there is a catch error, we return this to be the issue. In DB errors, if you take a look, it should be ME and not equal. It should be the opposite of that. Test that the two values are not equal. That's the function we need to use because we want to exclude it, right? In this case. So now if you refresh the page, just make sure everything works. Go to the console, clear it, and let's do find partners with AI. And AI partners found successfully. And if you take a look, you can see that it was able to create matches, for example. And total members were 10, and it created a match with 1 member. So if we take a look at our drizzle and go to matches, we so far have these many matches, right? 12 rows. If I refresh it, now we have 19 rows. So we have created more matches here. So now we'll only be able to see it after we build the chat page. So that should be next. So for the chat page, it doesn't exist, so we need to create it. But if we go to the app they're trying to build, right now we show these pending matches here. So let's build that now. So first of all, we need a page to begin with. So let's go to main and let's go to create a new route called as chat. And let's create a new page called as page.tsx. And let's add that. We need to give it a class name of page wrapper with title as chat. Now, if we go to chat, we see chat. However, we don't have a title. We have pending matches as a title. So let's call this pending matches. We need another title here, which will be all the active chats. So this will be active chats over here. There we go. And this will be last name of text Excel with font semi-bold. There we go.
Same thing here as well. For the chat page, name matches, this will be Excel and my bowl too. Perfect. And let's make it bigger, both of these. All right. So now right underneath it, we need pending matches as a card component. Keep in mind, this is like zoomed in, right? So first, let's create a div. Let's call this flex gap for overflow x scroll. Then we are going to need some pending matches. Dot map is how we want to map through it. We get the match, and then we want to simply just return a card component, which will be match.id, and the card component will come from Shatsy UI. And here we want to give it a card header. Then we want to also give user avatar. In case they have a user avatar, it will just be image URL as match, or I should say partner dot image URL. Then along with the header, we also need a card title, which will be partner.name. And all of this data does not exist, but you can imagine this is how it will be. And partner would be a function, and we will call this get other user match. And this specific other user, actually, we don't even need a function for that. It will simply be id as match.partner.id or empty, comma, will be name, or it would be partner. And lastly, image URL will be this. Otherwise, we're just going to give it a undefined, something like this. Let's say this is a partner ID, for example. So you can see my image has already been displayed there. So we need something like that. Now, instead of building this from scratch, I'm just going to give you the necessary code for the design at this point, because we have built this over and over again. Again, I'm importing all the components that we need over here. So we accept and start chatting. There we go. So now you can see our component is ready to go. Our matching is not there yet, so we need to build the API for it. We need matches. So this is dummy data that we added, but we actually need active matches here. So for that, again, going back to route, we need to go to matches and create a get request. And this specific get request should give us all the data necessary for the matches. So this will in fact be matches. So we get the user, get the param, then we find matches, and then we basically do more things, but let's first of all build this function here. So in here, let's do, I guess at the end, let's do find matches by user ID, have this, and let's do get the members in the community, then find the existing matches in the community. Then let's do existing match user IDs, get the partner user ID, and then get assign available matches to be empty, and then loop through it. If existing, skip if it has already matched, otherwise just push it. And at this point, we just want to push user ID to be member.user.id. There we go. And return available matches. Perfect. And lastly, if that's true, then we can just create enriched matches to be awaits promise.all. Let's loop through. Let's do potential matches here. Potential maps port the database, get the users. Well, and this is where we are just gonna query the database. We're gonna get the users, check if there is a matched user, and otherwise name, assign it to be match user dot name or unknown, image URL to be that or undefined. There we go. And this will be the match user. Perfect. Now that we have this, we could go to hooks, go to AI partners. Let's create a potential matches query, import it, something like that. And what we have here is get community ID matches. So we have matches, community ID matches, and we need to get the community ID from here. It's not okay. Let's throw an error. Beautiful. And let's call this to be match or matches. You know, to get community ID here. And before we create this specific hook, what we need is not community matches. We need just all the matches here on this page. So let's just do use matches and give it a key for matches. And let's call this .api all matches.get. There we go. And we remove all of this because at this point in this case, it is not important that we have community ID. So in this case, I'm just going to give you the API route for it for getting all the matches, which is simply going to be this one. We have a bunch of these functions already. Let's import these. This will be the function wherein we get the user matches. Let's import this from Drizzle. And let's just import user matches as well. There we go. For this function, same idea. Then I give it to you, which will get the users by ID as well. So something like this. Let's import that as well. Perfect. So now we have all matches. We need that. So if we go to match routes, we have all matches. Something like that. Matches, all matches, right? And in the UI for chat, we need to call it. Let's get that from here and need to turn this into a client component because we're using use query. And this could easily be turned now into matches. Let's give it a question mark. And if, let's do this, if loading matches, error matches, right? Let's import that. And there we go. We have received the 2 matches for us. Except that we definitely need the URL. And I believe I've used the same image URL. So let's not worry about that for now. So let's keep it as is over here. And that's it. So our pending matches is also good to go. And these are all the different matches here that we have received. Just amazing. These are all the different matches for us from the database with pending status. So in the UI, we may have to tweak the status of it. So obviously we need to do something like this. Cons accepted matches is accepted. Cons pending matches is pending. And this would be pending matches. And now we only have 2 pending matches, which is what we want. But for accepted matches, we would just have to render it at the bottom over here, which will just be something like that. There we go. Accepted matches will be this. And if we give it a card component, this would be the accepted match. And this would honestly just be full. There won't be a column. Perfect. So if we take a look here, we have the avatar, then we have the name, add another div to close it. Perfect. So now you can see we have the name, we have the community that they're part of, then their goals as well that we need to add here. Community name. All right, yes, let's remove that from now. And we could simply do their partner goals, their learning goals here. And add that in as well, their learning goals, for example. We don't need to add all the different learning goals. It's just a comma separated value. So let's just add this, something like that. And now it's rendering as a tiny, this can be a span. And let's give it a class name of SM. You can see their learning goals have been displayed. But it needs to be a comma separated value to the inline block. And this would be XS. It would be like a comma separated value as well. So you can use a join. All right. So now this could be a span. Move this span right next to it. Perfect. This would just be XS. Beautiful. Font.
normal. So now you can already see that how our chat is coming together here. Same thing here too. We can make this entire thing clickable as well. But you get the idea how we have been able to display the URL, the information, and so on. Now let's just fix the design a bit because our app doesn't exactly match the app that we're trying to build because we have some missing data as well. Here are the pending matches. Let's scroll down to the active chats right now. Accepted matches is where we loop from. So first of all, let's also get partner information just like this. And that's the partner information we would like to show here. We're going to fix this TypeScript error, but let's first fix the design. So here we're going to have cursor pointer because we want this card to be clickable. However, will be BG accent and transition colors. We will give it a on-click handler, but we don't have the router defined here. And for dynamically accessing the data, we could simply just get use router from next navigation. We don't want use router to be called conditionally, so let's move it to the top. All right, so we could push this. Now, alternatively, we could also just wrap it in a link component as well. This is just another way of dynamically routing. Here we're calling it match.id. All right, and here let's just add card content instead of card header and give it a flex item center gap for P4. Then inside that, let's remove this and this. You have the user avatar. Then let's give flex 1. And inside that, let's give it a card title, which will be font semi-bold. You have the community, which will be font medium. We can remove margin top, make it a bit more tighter. Then we want to render the user goals. So let's wrap the div around here. But instead of saying column, let's say flex wrap and keep it row as default. And in here, let's add match.usergoals.map or just display it if they exist. Then let's add a span, and inside that we can add your goals. Add a empty string for spacing, and here let's do this, which is gonna be .usergoals.map and show the title separated by comma separated value. Now this is way too big, so let's give it a text access and a text muted foreground. There we go. Perfect. Now for our partner goals, we could remove this div. We don't need it. And let's do the same here as well. Let's copy this exact thing, paste it in here. And this way we can remove this span. Perfect. So now our UI is looking a lot better. Your goals, their learning goals, and so on. Now, we don't have to keep such a long title. We could just say their goals. All right. Now, let's talk about the user avatar. The user avatar has this error because if you take a look at where we import it, it's actually from Clerk. And even though Clerk will give you a component for that, what we really want is a component from Shatsi UI, which is exactly what this code is generating for us too. So let's go to components and let's create a user avatar component that we could leverage. So let's create that component and import component from avatar that we have, which is a ShatCN avatar. And what's cool about this is that if there is no image, then we can give it a fallback, which is what we want. And the fallback would simply be the initials. So here we could say const initials equals name 0 question mark to uppercase, or let's just do you. Similarly, const display name will be name or user. So we could just use the initials here, and in case there is an image URL, we display that. Perfect. And now for class name, we could just do size 10. That's exactly what we are going to be using here. User avatar. And so we just need to change the import here. We don't need to import it from here. Instead, get the user avatar import from components UI. And this will be name instead again. And we have resolved the issue. Now, user avatar we also use it here. So that's exactly the components UI user avatar. So we are using user avatar in pending matches as well as active chats. So both of these are going to leverage user avatar. Now, because there is no user avatar, none of these have images, which is why we are essentially displaying their initials instead. Now here we have in the section for active chats user avatar, we have partner or image URL, because that's the chat we want to show. But in here as well, we want to display all the user avatars too. Alrighty, so our code is looking very nice. And this is also clickable. So if I click on this, it takes us to the chat itself where you can display the chat. Alright, so now we can focus on accept and start chatting feature. So obviously that is going to be a mutation. And if we go back to our Drizzle database over here, then what we essentially want is the minute someone accepts the chat, then we should create that in the matches. So the status should be accepted here instead of pending. So they easily are going to switch from the top section of pending matches to the bottom section. So let's work on that right now. So let's go from a UI to the backend perspective here. Let's add it to the top. Here we are going to have a accept match mutation, which will be a use mutation. And this use mutation comes from React query and client comes from API client. Now this is something we would do typically in a hook. So let's do that. And if you take a look, we have a matches hook already. So let's move this here. Let's import. We already have the use mutation and let's create a function here. There we go. And this will be return use mutation. And let's accept this. So we could say this is gonna be use accept match. Now obviously for the matches it does not exist, and we also need to pass in a match ID as well. So let's do something like this where we create client.api.matches with the match ID.accept and pass a param of match ID. If response is not okay, you want to say fail to accept match, return response.json, and on a success, we want to get the new query client, and on success, we want to invalidate the queries, and the queries would be matches. On error, we want to just say error accepting match. Similarly, we want to navigate the user after they accepted the match. We also want to simply invalidate the accepted matches as well. So we should have all matches here, which is a query key of matches. So we have done so. I guess we don't have an accepted matches query. We all stored it in matches, so we just keep it there. Now, after we invalidate the query, we also want to route the user. So we could honestly just get the router here from Next navigation, and let's do router.push chat/match ID. And match ID is already available as a parameter here, so we could just do that. Perfect. So we have a hook ready to go. So now in the UI, we could call use accept match. Let's remove the imports that we don't need. And this is where we could just, this button can invoke it. So in pending matches, we show this button here, which we commented out. So let's uncomment it. Here we could say, what did we say? Accept match mutation. .mutate and pass match.id directly. Let's disable the button when the mutation is in progress and set the status accordingly as well. Now, if I do this, we see accepting, but we also show an error, failed to accept match, right? Which is this error. So let's also add another handler that is going to be .pending and for .error. All right, so now you can see it gave us an error saying failed to accept match because we are overriding the whole thing with it. So if I do it again, you can see failed to accept match. Again, we need better empty states, but this is how you can display it. All right, so now that we have this, we could work on our route. All right, so if we go to our route, we have matches, and this is where we could add accept matches as well. We have all of this. Let's do post accept match. Let's save it. And we have match ID /accept, which will be a post, or it technically is a better put instead because we are simply updating it. We're not creating a new record. We're simply updating it. So here we already have the user. We get the match ID and then we can invoke it. So here we can say match. Let's write a query for updating it like we saw earlier. db dot update matches. Here, let's do set status as accepted, and then where the match IDs match. Here we don't need two IDs, but we could simply do where equal matches.id matches the match ID. And let's do dot returning. That's very important. All right. And if that's not the case, we just want to throw a new HTTP exception saying match not found. And let's import that. Now we get the match. Once we find the match, we can create a new conversation for this match, because now that match has been accepted, we also need to go and create a new conversation so we could display it. So here, let's say await db.insert, not create. In conversations, we just want to do this and get the conversation schema from it. We don't need to update anything else. And then just return c.json as match. That's it. So we don't even need to get the user again because we already did that in our user middleware. And that's all we need to do. But since this is a put now, our hook is going to change. If you go to accept match, this will no longer be a post, it will be a put. All right. So going back here, if we now accept it, it said accept match, and then it went to this specific URL. That means it was successful. So now if we go back, we don't see that chat, and now we have two chats instead. Now obviously we need to fix the styling of it. So if we go to chat here, in active chats, we have the card. Let's do flex call. There we go. So these are the two users we could simply chat with. Perfect. So going back to our matches, our accept hat is working correctly. And in the page, we did see accept match, accepting match. We don't want to replace this, so let's remove that since we already show that here. So if I do accept chat, you can see I get navigated. If I go back, this specific user has also been accepted, which is what we want. So awesome, it's all working correctly. So now next step is for us to get our matches. So if we refresh the page, go to individual chats. This doesn't exist yet. We need to create it. And if we take a look at the app we are building, and let's say we click on this, we want to display a conversation window. So we could send messages back and forth, and a back to conversations button as well. And on the right hand side, we need a conversation summary too. And we will probably have two mutations here, one for sending, one for generating. And this would be getting the data, and this would be getting the conversation summary. So that's exactly what we can work on now. So the way we would do so is, again, get the conversations from the conversations table. So as you saw here, we have a bunch of conversations, so we could get it. Then we could try to get any conversation summaries that we have here as well. Let's see if we have any. That's it. I think that's all we need to do to get it. And then we have these messages that we could just align properly as well. So let's do that now. So let's close all of this, go to chat, and in order for us to create a dynamic ID, we could simply do match ID over here with box brackets and create a new page called page.tsx. Again, that's going to be the convention to do so. Now, if we go to match ID, this is the conversation page. In here, we are going to have a component, a chat page, for example. And because this is a dynamic ID, this is in fact going to return a promise. And since this is a dynamic ID, for instance, we could just get the chat match ID directly. We need to do something like this. Let's do await, get match ID, await params, and make this a async function for that reason. There we go. So now if I just not console log, but return a match ID, I click on it, we do get a chat with that specific match ID, which is the ID in the URL. All right, so now same thing. Let's add a page wrapper. Then let's add another div here with a button called as back to conversation, or in fact a link because it's a link component. Let's do back to conversation conversation. So that will be going back to chat. And this will be wrapped in a button like we always did. Or in fact, the other way around actually. Let's move this in here. There we go. Remove the button from here. Perfect. Now variant will be outlined inside. All right. So to build this further, let's also add a arrow left icon from Lucid React. You can see this is the icon. Now again, I use an emoji here, it doesn't really matter as long as we show that it's a back icon. All right. Now we need a window here, a chat interface. And because this is a dynamic route, we need to await the params. So this needs to be an async function. And if it's a client component, it cannot be an async. The page itself cannot be an async function. So for that, we need to create a brand new component and call it chat interface. And we can pass the conversation ID, which is the match ID, over here. All right, so now let's create a component inside components. Let's create a brand new folder called as chat. And here let's add chat interface.tsx. There we go. Now let's import that. And now we could start building our chat UI. So because we want to show one column if it's mobile, but otherwise we want to show two columns. So let's start adding a grid here. So you can say class name, grid calls 1, but in a medium it will be 2. Large will be 3. Let's give it a gap of 6. Then we need to pass a call span and another call span here. This will be 2 and this will be 1. That's why we have given it 3. Honestly, we'll just remove this. Alright, nothing to see here yet, but we will very soon. Now let's give it a card component again. And this specific card component will have a class name of header of 600 pixel, flex call, and in here we're gonna have a card header which will have border B. Now as you can see, this is the border we want, and let's give it a div here which will have a user avatar from our custom component that we created. Name, as you can see here, we've used the Shatsian name, the avatar. Now we just need to pass in the name, which will be the card title. There we go. And this could be John Doe. Now, obviously, we need to make it a row so that it's next to each other, just like this. And now underneath the header, let's pass card content. Let's give it flex1, overflow y auto, p4, and let's give a space y4. This is where we would need to map the messages that we get from the conversations. But in here, let's just do gap 2, user avatar again. Let's just do Jane Doe here. Something like this. Now, this specific user should be on the right hand side as we enter the message, and then when you receive a message, it will be on the left hand side. So obviously we need to design that for sure. So we could say in here, let's use cn from the function that Shatsian UI gave us that allows us to merge a bunch of styles. And here we could say this is going to be at the end. Now, true or false, so this should be something like if it's the current user, then end, otherwise start. And let's assign current user to be true for now. Obviously, we're going to get an error by TypeScript saying that, well, this doesn't make any sense, but let's leave that for now. Here we can say is current user. Then here we can say if it's not a current user, then show the avatar. Else, let's do something like this. Show a message. This will be max W 70%, rounded LG, P3. And again, if it's current user, give PG primary 10, X primary foreground, otherwise just mute it. There we go. And underneath here, we should show the message, which will have text SM, text foreground. Hi, how are you? But similarly, we'll also have a date here, which will be like 12 p.m. or something. So this will be excess, opacity of 70, empty 1, and text. Maybe in this case, it should also be foreground. All right. So now, if it's a current user, we want to show the icon to the right. So let's do that. So underneath this div, we could say, if it is a current user, then show this image.
Perfect.
Now, underneath the card content, we could have a card footer, which will have been imported from card, and also a text area, which we have a component as well. So you can see it right here. Now, when it comes to the card, we also need a border top and P4. There we go. So a chat window is coming together really well. Now, this is a placeholder, right? Type your message, but the value will be something, right? Then there will be an on change handler because every text input should need it, which we can keep it as empty for now. Let's give it a class name of resize none. Row should be 2. Let's remove this. Something like this. All right. And now on key down, we also want to say, okay, you want to enter the message. So on key down, if it's enter and if it's not a shift key, then we want to send the message. At the minute we have on change handler and a click handler, this needs to be a client component. So let's add a use client director.
Beautiful.
Then right next to that, we also need a button, and this could just be a regular button. We don't want this to be size icon. We just want this to be like a primary button, which will just say send. There we go. Now, between these two elements, we need to give it a div so that we can align it better. Don't need to center it. Just do this and W full. There we go. I guess aligning would be better. So let's give item center so that the button is centered. All right. Then in the second column, we also need a card component with a card header.
It will be a div.
It will have a card title, and this should say conversation summary, and underneath that will be a button. Size should be SM, and let's call this generate. Then obviously we need to give it a select item center justify between so that it's towards the right hand side. Give it a class name of W full
Or PI0.
and then there will be a card content. Card content will have more content underneath it, but let's worry can have just a summary text here. Let's worry about it later, but it should have some sort of a summary here. Now if we take a look, there's some spacing on the right hand side. We click on it, there is this weird spacing. If we expand this, it looks great, but if on mobile, it does not look great. So let's see, if we go here, let's just say M0.
All right. So this looks really good. Perfect.
Now, let's say there were more messages that came in from the other user as well. Like we said, hello, how are you? But if they said as well, then we need some sort of a dummy data there too, which will automatically be displayed accordingly. So we need to map this entirely. So we will have some sort of a messages array here, which doesn't exist right now, but we would need it. And this specific messages array will have a message which will render this whole thing. Something like this. Now, obviously this messages array does not exist yet, literally message.id, but we would need to create it. So for now, let's just give it a dummy array. Simple message should do. And in here, we could simply just add a return, something like that. And we could detect if it's a current message, if it's a current user or not. If it's a current user, it should match the current user ID, but let's just do name for now. But if it's the other user, that is user, then Jane Doe can be the name. So let's add another message, and there we go. Their message came here. But the message is in fact literally the same. So we can update the text here, which will be message.content. There we go. So our chat window is looking very nice. Now we just need to fill in the rest of the data, and we can remove is current user here. So if we go back to our table, we have all the conversations here, and we have all the messages that have been sent back and forth over here in this table, which is in the messages table. So we could get all the messages from the messages table. At the same time, whenever new message is added, we are also going to add it in the same table. So let's do that now. So now we could create a query, a React query using use query which fetches all the messages. Then we are going to also add polling for real-time updates as well. But more on that later. So here we can say messages data, which will be an empty array, equals use query. Use query comes from the app query, and if it doesn't exist, then we call it. Now, in this case, let's just call this conversations, and we get all the data from the conversations ID dot messages, and get this. We have the response.json. Similarly, let's add refetch interval to be 5000, which means that we are going to poll every 5 seconds. Now, obviously, this does not exist at all. We are going to create it. But keep this in mind, this is how we are going to invoke it, and this would be our API. Now, if we go back here, we have the created add date as well. So we could also simply just use that. And here, let's just call this messages. And let's remove messages from here. Now, obviously, no messages would exist. All right. But typically, we've been just creating hooks. So let's stick to that pattern. And here, let's call this use conversations.ts. Move this over in there, use conversations. And this is going to be what we will return. Import everything we need. And here we can call use conversations directly. And we can remove any unused imports. There we go. Now, we can define this route next, which is going to be inside app API route. And this time, let's create a new conversations. Route. Go to server. Let's call this conversation routes.ts. And here, similar to how we had for the others, including the auth middleware. Let's remove unused imports, and that's how we are going to call this. And rename conversations app. And then here, let's import conversations app. All right. So now we need a conversation ID / messages. Let's import DB. Let's import EQ. Import messages from DB schema. And this can be messages data. So the messages data. There we go. So we just need to make sure this route is exactly what we want. So we are going to get the conversation ID from the param. And we are getting the conversation messages as well. This is just based on the conversation ID. And if you take a look in the route, this is exactly the match ID or the conversation ID, whatever you want to call it. Lastly, let's also order it by messages.createdAt. This way, we get the latest messages first. Perfect. So if we go back to our hooks for conversation, this has automatically resolved. Now, if we go to the chat interface, we have the messages, and if we can get loading as well. So you can say, is this loading messages and error messages, right? And let's just return that. There we go. Now, if I refresh the page, and if we go to conversations, you're passing the conversation ID as well. All right. So if we go back to our terminal, we don't see much. Let's make sure we have messages to begin with. So if we copy this, go back here, go to messages, and to refresh the rows, let's filter it. And here we can say conversation ID equals this, and there are no messages. So we could get the conversation ID, add the default, sender ID context is hi, create add as default, and hit save. So as you can see, it's going to be complicated for us to figure out the conversations and so on. So let's discard the changes. And if we head back, let's implement sending the data so we can see the data as well. So that's next. Now that we got the data here, we are mapping through it. Let's get this to be what is a current user. If it matches the user ID. Now, what is a user ID? We could get that user ID from here, from the page itself. So we could call the use user hook, the current user hook, if that exists. It's called use user. And we don't even need to pass it in. We can just directly call it in here because it is a client component, I believe. We have user here, for example, and let's rename this to current user. And here we could simply do current user.id. Similarly, this would be current user dot full name, otherwise Jane Doe. So if I refresh the page, we still don't have any content here. At the same time, we also need to get the other user information as well to display this data too. So we need to call a query again to get the other user. We can easily get the other user here
by calling this.
Here we can say other user. This will be current user or other user. So over here, if it's not a current user, we just need to tweak the other user.name, other user.image URL, or I guess just user based on what we have. User.name, user.image URL, and give it empty values. If it's a current user, we get the current user. Otherwise, it's the other user.
Now here's the thing. We are trying to get this we can definitely get the information from clerk. But if we take a look here,
let's take a step back to understand really what we're trying to do.
Here, we are trying to get the information about the current user
and also the user, so we could display that accordingly and figure out what messages to render. So the fact that there are no messages here is definitely stumping up us a little bit. So let's go back to what we had here
and let's add Jane Doe for now.
All right. So now let's add another hook for getting or another route for getting the users as well. Now, alternatively, if we were to take a look, we could definitely create a route here to get the users because we already have that information. So again, here we could do .route and do /users. Users app don't exist, but let's create it. Let's do users routes.ts, create the route, the auth middleware, and we just need to get /me. This would just mean we just get const user is equal to c.user and just return the user. Here, let's create type of auth variables, which would just be this. Let's remove the unused imports, and that's all we need. We need to export it. And here, let's import that as well, a route. So it will be user/me, and this will just give us the information. And because we just already have this information in here, why worry about again calling another clerk API here? So we could just create a brand new hook here called use users.ts, use current user, get it from the query, import the client, and so on. This itself would be our current user information. So now we have the current user, and we could just simply call that in here. Remove use user from here, and now we have data of current user that we could simply just invoke it, and then the other user is just gonna be simply a id match dot partner dot id and so on. We don't have a match data yet, so we need to get match information too. So yeah, we could get that from use matches, and then if we want to show if it's loading, then is so on, right? Now we have the API for use matches here, but we don't have anything for loading the other conversations.
However, since we do have this specific data, right,
we just get all the matches and filter it.
So we could say found match equals match.find as the conversation ID.
There we go. And this could be match, found match. And we could just do found match here. There we go. So now we have successfully found the other match as well. So we now have the information of the current user as well as the other user. So one thing we need to take a step back on
is that we have matches. So anytime we use AI to find a match,
we then insert it into the matches table. Later, when we accept a match, we insert into conversations. And once conversations are inserted, whenever any messages get sent to the messages table. So match ID is different than conversation ID. Based on the match ID, we can then retrieve further conversations as well. For example, we have the match ID here. Then we can retrieve conversation summaries and so on too. So we need to tweak that.
Now, as this is the port for that. So first of all, we need to get the conversation ID from the match, and this is not a conversation ID. It's in fact a match ID.
So I think we need to rename this entirely to be a match ID, not a conversation ID.
In the actual page, the dynamic route, we need to pass your match ID, and that itself is going to make things a lot simpler for us. So then we need to get the conversation from that match. We need to fetch the conversation for that match. And once we do that, then we are going to fetch the messages using the conversation ID, fetch all the matches,
and then find the specific match and then go from there. I'm reseeding the data because there was something wrong with the data that I had, but don't worry, it's the same thing. So now if I click on it, I reseeded the data and you can see there are conversations now. And that's because we fixed this thing wherein we need to get the conversations ID and then we need to fetch the messages using the conversation ID, not the match ID, the conversation ID, and then fetch all the matches to find the match and its conversation. Once the match has been found, we would then know what is the partner ID, partner name, partner image URL, and so on. Now, I have reseeded my data because there was some issue with my data, but don't worry, even if you see the names are different, because I've followed the exact same process that I've showed you over here. I reseeded my data. All right, so now let's click on one of the users. And this is where we were. We had the information here and we had added dummy data here. So for example, you can see here. But there's one mistake that I think we need to be very careful of. What we call things truly defines how many errors we are going to make in our application. For example, we have this chat interface. We are calling this conversation ID. This is not a conversation ID. It is in fact a match ID, which is why we call it here. So let's rename this to match ID. Let's go to chat interface and call this match ID fully. And that's because every time we accept a match, that is when a match ID is created. Or in fact, I should say, anytime a match is created for us and it's displayed here is when a match is created. When we accept it, the status goes from accepted or pending. And after once it's accepted, we also create new conversation. And when we go here, we need to pull the conversations for that specific match. So if we go to the database, this is how it looks like. We have the conversations list and the conversations table. We have the different matches, right? And if you take a look at conversations, we have this match ID. That's part of the matches table. So if we look for 00801, go to conversations, go to matches. If we have this UUID 00801, and if we go to conversations, no one has really accepted that match because it's pending. But let's look at 12CA, which has been accepted. And if we go to conversation, then we have this conversations with match ID 12CA. So you get the idea. And this is the specific conversation summary. This is the match information. This is the messages. These are all the different messages as well. So you can see that we can definitely pull in the information. So in order for us to get a list of messages, we need to get the conversation ID and the sender ID. That would give us the content of the different messages that we can loop through. Second of all, we can only do this whenever a conversation, this is a conversation ID, but these type of messages could only be pulled by the sender. So let's do that now. So we have these different messages. We need to retrieve them from our database. So let's take a look at how that UI is going to look like. So over here, we could just get a conversation first, and then we could get all the messages. So fetch the conversation for the match, and then fetch the messages for the conversation. So this is how it's going to look like. We are going to get the conversation, get the client API, and so on. Now that specific conversation doesn't exist, but we're going to call client.api.matches here with a match ID call.conversation and retrieve that, something like that. All right, that itself will help us to figure out, okay, let's get the conversation for the match. The second API that we are going to need is to fetch the messages. Now, in terms of messages, we can just get the messages. We can comment this out. We don't need it. And then in here, we need to get API.conversations with conversation ID .messages to get the messages. Similarly, if response is not okay, return an error. Otherwise, return response.json. And then let's change the refetch interval. This means there will be polling here for every 5 seconds. Now, obviously, this conversations API doesn't exist either, so we would need to create that. So let's do that now. So the first query is for us to get the matches from the matches. So matches route already exists, so we can just get the conversation right after this, which is to do something like this, where you get the conversation based on the match ID. You get the match ID from the param, and then this is what you would need to do. You would first need to verify that the match ID exists. So for that, let's create a query from the matches table. If there is no match, let's throw a exception. Then we need to get the other user's ID. So we can say something like this. A user, we could get that from c.user, c.get user. Then we need to fetch the other user's detail because we don't have that from users, for example. So now we have queried the database users table to get the other user ID. Then we are going to check if conversation exists and do something like this, wherein we get the conversations from the conversations table based on the match ID, which we passed in. And if there is no conversation, then we need to create it. Otherwise, simply return the data. So this will be conversation, status will be match.status, current user ID will be user.id, other user will be, ID will be this, name will be this, image URL will be this, right? And if there is no ID, let's use other ID, otherwise other dot, well, we don't have that. So let's just do unknown user or say null. There we go. This is how we could create it. And then we want to fetch all the messages as well for the conversation. Then let's create the next API, which is to, in the conversations route, conversations ID. So we don't have that right now. So let's create a new app. Let's create a new file called as conversation routes.ts, and we could pretty much grab what we had in the others, something like this, paste it, export it, call this conversations app, go back to route. Again, this should feel really familiar now because we've done this quite a bit. So if we go here, now we just need to tweak this get call. This will be conversation ID / messages, and in here we need to get the conversation ID from params, get conversation messages, which will be selecting from messages, comparing the conversations ID, updating the schema, and returning the conversation messages. There we go. That's all we need. Let's remove the unused imports, and this is what we have. So if there is no conversation ID, it should come from conversation. Then let's insert empty, or we could just say if there is no conversation, let's show loading, for instance. But the thing is, we cannot have conditionals, so we'd have to do something like this. But then that defeats the purpose. So let's just do empty for now. There we go. All right. So now if we log it, and here it's saying that it doesn't exist, so let's just do something like this for now, right? There are no messages. However, if we were to basically JSON.stringify the messages, we should see something. So there we go. We do have data, which is awesome. Now we just need to map the messages properly. So if we take a look, these are the messages. There won't be message.sender. This would be message.sender ID, and we need to compare that to conversation.current user ID. Then when it comes to checking for the current user, it would be, if it is, then show the current user, else it's the other user, which is other name. Now, current user is something we cannot just directly invoke like that, but we have access to using user information from useUser, which is a client hook from Clerk. So we could assign that here for current user, or just current user. And this would be other user. Let's assign this though to a other user and create an object with all this information. Now, here we need to just create a new date for that, and that's it. And now you can see in here we have data. So if we were to remove this, you're gonna see all the data here that we need, which is awesome. So our messages are showing up now, which is exactly what we are looking for. Perfect. Now we just need to tweak it so that we are using the correct username and name as well. Here we said that there is no current user. Then we want to do other user. I guess we want to do user dot name. Similar to how we, to resolve this, similar to how we did For other user, let's also get current user, something like this. So a current user could be current user. However, we could just call this clerk user. Whoops, something like that. This becomes a clerk user, and we have all this information. And then we can simply access user.name. So now you can see it's displaying A because that specific user doesn't have any type of profile. However, we are showing a Shatcn UI URL. We have this information, so we could display my profile picture, which is here. This is exactly what we want. Perfect. So this is working really well now. So our chat is looking pretty good. Now all we need to do is work on sending the messages and AI. All right. So now if whenever a user types in any information, right now value is empty, that's why we cannot. User, whatever they type, we should be able to send it, and that should send the message to the specific current conversation. So that means we already have the conversation ID at this point. We can just create a new mutation for that. But at the same time, we want to track what the user is typing and then add the information. So for that, let's store that in a new state and import use state. In the text area, we can say this is going to be message and this is going to be set message, which will be e.target.value. So now message will have our message that we type in this specific text area. So now we could work on the mutation part, which is we could just create a mutation and import it. And here we could call the conversations API and with conversations ID and messages and do a post. And once we do, then we can check if the response is not okay, then say fail to send message, otherwise response.json. On success, we set the message to be empty, but at the same time, we invalidate the query client. Now we could create a new instance of the query client here as well. There we go. Now we could simply just send the mutation on a handler and attach it to a handler. So over here, we could say on click, send mutation will be .mutate, which is the function that we declared here. But this specific API does not exist, so we would need to create it. Going back to route, this will be on the conversations one. And again, this is going to be a post. So something like this, where we would need to post it. We need to get the param from for conversation ID. Then we would also need to get the content as well. Then insert the values. For example, insert the messages, something like that. So right here, we have the param, but in here, we need to validate the body if we like. Then get the message from messages, insert conversation ID, content, and then get the sender ID. And the sender ID will simply be, we get the user. Let's just get the user here and call user.id. Let's return that data. And then we want to just update the conversations last message time. So here we could await the DB, import conversations, and just update it with the new date. So we are setting that as well, where conversation ID equals conversation ID, and return the JSON. Perfect. So now here this would be body. Alright, and the content would be the message that we get from this message. Perfect. So let's try that. So if I say hey there and hit send, we do see hey there right away, which is awesome. So if I refresh the page, we still have hey there. If I say my goals are Next.js SaaS app, send it, and there we go. Messages are getting sent. So this specific functionality is also pretty much working. Just expect that this is going to be an error because no matter what, the specific type wasn't getting defined. There we go. We have this. Similarly, we have one more place where we have the data. We don't need to do anything over there. Perfect. Alrighty, so our messaging is working pretty seamlessly as well. So now we could focus on conversation summaries. Alright, time to focus on the conversation summary, the AI conversation summary. So we're going to do something similar. We need a mutation here. Once we have the mutation, based on whatever has been talked about, we are going to generate the summary, action items, next steps, and so on. Now, this is going to be an AI feature, so we need an AI conversation summary. So we are going to need a API route. That specific API route will be a mutation. it will generate the AI summary from the conversation messages. So we could just simply go to our lib and start creating it. So right here we had this AI part, right? We could do something similar here. We already have a function here for generating AI summary. Now this specific AI summary is gonna take a conversation ID as well as conversation messages. And in this case, we are gonna get all the user IDs first, all the user details from the conversation, right? Then we are gonna need to prompt it to generate the summary of the conversation. Then we are going to format and parse the JSON correctly like we did earlier. And then we can save the summary to the database. Lastly, we are also going to need to get a latest summary as well. So we can get latest conversation summary here too from the database as well. This way, this is a summary we show onto the page. All right, so let's do this one by one. So the first step is for us is to get the user ID details for the messages. So for that, we could do user IDs equal, let's create a new set of conversation messages. Then let's create a users map. And this specific map, and again, let's have to make this an async function for that. Let's get the users by ID from the DB helpers function. What this does is it fetches the users by ID and so on. Then we are gonna need a prompt to tell AI that, hey, this is what I want you to do. So for that prompt, I'm gonna give you that prompt essentially. And that prompt is simply going to tell AI that, hey, you are an AI assistant and create this. So we are gonna need to have to pass AI a conversation text. And this is where we tell AI, you are an AI assistant that summarizes learning conversations. Feel free to tweak this, but keep in mind that you're gonna have to also tweak any response as well that you get. So here we could say conversation text will be any type of formatted messages. So let's format the messages here. So we can say formatted messages will be conversation messages.map. We get the user maps and return all the content necessary over here by username and content. And this one, we could do formatted messages.join. We don't need to do that. There we go. So now this is the prompt that we have, but we also need to now call AI, which is the part we missed, invoke AI here, wrap this in a try catch block. This way, if there is any error, we've got it covered. We are going to call generate text, again the same model, pass the prompt that we have, and then this is where we can format and parse the JSON. We have done this before, so it starts with JSON. We're going to replace the JSON. If it starts with backtext, that means has some sort of code in it. We are going to replace it. And then we are going to parse the JSON. So we can say parsed equals JSON.parse JSON text. And this is the parsed JSON. Now, if it's correct, we're going to save it to the database. Or else we're going to just throw an error. Error generating AI summary. Now, let's save it to the database by awaiting db.insert conversation summaries and insert it. Now, conversation summaries is a table, right? So we're going to insert that conversation ID, summary, action items, whatever AI gives us. Let's give it default values as well, just in case it doesn't exist. There we go. Now, if we go back to our table, this is where we store all the conversation summaries. So we're going to need that. That's exactly what we're doing here too. So we are returning the summary. Perfect. Now this is just a function, right? We still need to call this function, but before we do, let's also get the summary as well, get the latest summary. So let's add EQ, let's import descending, that gets the latest, and let's set a limit of 1. So this is just going to get the latest summary from conversation summaries and order it by based on when it was generated. Alrighty, so now we got the latest conversation summary as well. So we could now invoke it in the database. So if we go to chat interface, all the way to at the bottom, we have the generate button. So we could just create a generate summary mutation here and call the generate summary mutation. There we go. If again this does not exist, so conversation summaries is what we want, but this does not exist, we need to invalidate it after, and on error, just return the error. This way we know what's up, what's going on. Perfect. And here let's just call it summarize. There we go. Now go to the route, go to conversations, and here we can simply summarize it. We are going to get the conversation ID, and here we need to invoke generate AI summary. There we go. We don't need to pass any of this. We need to pass the conversation messages actually. So if we go back here, we need to do that. So we got the conversation ID from this. So now let's get the conversation messages, which is simply going to be this query, pass the conversation messages, and then generate the summary. It's also order by messages.created at as well. There we go. And while we are at it, let's also get the summary and call the latest conversation summary here as well. Beautiful. Now, when we press generate, we want to generate a summary, right? So how about before we code anything, let's just show that over here. Now we are going to invoke it, but then we also need to show the summary as well. So we need to get that from summary. That's it. That's all we need. So now we can just say no summary generated yet. And if I press generate, then nothing happens. But if I refresh the page, we get the summary. That's amazing. So now this is the conversation summary. Now it doesn't have any action items, or maybe it does, who knows, because we just printed the summary itself. So now we could code the rest of the code, which is that we can simply just add the contents data, like what the summary is and so on. So I'm just going to give you the code for that. Now you can see the summary has been formatted correctly. Now are there any action items? Let's see. So if we do this, there are these action items. So which are simply just values. So there's no text here. So we can just get the item. And that's it. That's all we need here. So let's remove that. All right. And we could also just turn this into UL and turn this into li. So these two are the action items. There we go. So this is a summary. These are the key points. These are the action items, and these are the next steps. And again, these are just UI elements that we are literally just looping through. So congratulations if we have been following so far, because we are not only able to accept the chat and start chatting, right? But as you can see, we have also been able to integrate different AI summaries as well. For example, this one. But this name is wrong, because if you see, this is Sofia Rodriguez, but it says John Doe. So that's incorrect. We need to fix that. So if we go back here, we have hard-coded this information, and this should be other user, other user, other user, and so on. So now if we go back here, we do get this information that we want. But if I go back to conversations, click on Sophia, you can chat with Sophia as well. So you can say, hi, Sophia, like, how are you, maybe? And when you press send, you get, hi, Sophia, right? Our information, we're able to chat with different people, see exactly what they're working on. So this is a question that they ask, and then we can just say learning goals are whatever, right? And generate the learning goals and so on. There we go. So our AI application is looking really good. We were able to generate all these communities, join them, add learning goals, find partners with AI, go to chat, accept it, have a fully embedded chat system here, which is pretty awesome. Then if we go to manage account, go to billing, I'm on the pro plan, but I can also just switch my plan as well. All of this has made a lot simpler because of Clerk. We're able to focus more on our platform and less on the billing part of it, which can get really tricky. And now let's go and lock things, because our pricing says over here, one community and one learning plan, and these are unlimited learning plans and unlimited communities. So we need to be able to lock it. Now let's go and sign into a free user. Now if you see, this says free now, which is awesome. If you go to communities, they are still able to create communities. That's because we didn't really restrict at all, right? But in the future, they should not be able to create any learning goals and be able to only join one community as well. At the same time, they should only be able to chat with one person. So we need to lock all this completely. And lastly, we also need to update the dashboard and with all this information too. Getting the communities, recent chats, the different learning goals, active matches, how many matches we have, and so on as well. So there are two things that's still pending in our application.
All right. So now that we have all the other pieces going, let's get this data hooked up. So first of all, we are done with this, but let's go to dashboard page.
And in here, as you saw, we have pending matches, right? So we already have the data for that. You can remove this and let's just get pending matches here.
There we go. So we have all matches, and then we can filter out
pending matches, and then we can filter out active matches, right? It's as simple as that. Actually, this should just be all matches data, right? This should just be all matches. So now let's just get all matches.
There we go. Perfect. Now we could just say .length, right? Same thing, .length.
We have active matches, .length. Perfect. So now if we go back to dashboard,
we have 6 learning goals, 3 active matches, and 3 pending matches. Okay. I believe we are hard coding learning goals.
Yes, we are.
So let's get that data as well.
We could say data learning goals, right? Get the learning goals. So if we go to route and go to learning goals, we have community goals, which will give us all the learning goals. No, this will not give us. So we just need to create a simple query for getting all your learning goals, for example. We don't need no community. All right. So now let's do this. Close it. And here, let's just call learning goals. Let's see. What do we call here? /goals. And this is part of community. So we just do communities goals. There we go. Let's just return it. Let's do goals. We go back. It works.
And now all we need to do is
go to the stats card
and just say learning goals.length. So we have 6 different learning goals right now. Okay, can't believe. I think we actually have 6 goals. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's add a new learning goal.
And this one, add for the community. Let's just say AI SaaS. So now if I go back,
we have 7 goals. Amazing. So now, if you notice here, we have learning goals being fetched from learning goals, right? And if we take a look at the mutation for learning goals,
for example, it's this one, use goals.
We are basically saying community goals, right?
Let's just call this community goals. And now if we go back here and add a new learning goal for
modern full stack Next.js course, let's just say ship a SaaS app,
add a goal. And if I go back, let's enable this because it's caching it, I believe. That's right. Alrighty, so now this should just work. Then if you look at matches, we have 3 matches, so that's correct information. Now let's just get the recent chats.
I have the link here. You have recent chats.
You just call this conversations you're part of. And here is where we could render the recent chats.
Now conversations don't exist here, but we can simply create it. But let's just do this for now. And if we take a look at our hooks for conversations,
we have a query for conversations. So we could definitely call that. But we have done this before, right? Like without the conversation ID, if we go to
page.tsx, and if we take a look at how we are retrieving active chats, is how we want to get these chats and display it. So matches, use matches is what we want. So yeah, that's all we need. So let's just do this
and import. There we go. Now we could simply just loop through it. Now if I go back to home, we have all the conversations. which is what we want.
Perfect. So we just have to format it better.
And we have already done that for the more full stack Next.js course. So let's just align this, right? And this is how we do it for dashboard.
Sign in.
In chats, name, and we want in the description the community name, or I guess we just want the different learning goals. All right, so we can just do
User goals.
that. Perfect. So we have that. Now we just need to move this in a span. There we go. And we don't want this part of the header. Just need it under the header.
Or I guess we just need this under the title.
Not here. Need it here. Perfect.
All right. So obviously the
text needs to be aligned a bit better. So first of all, from the title, let's just say this is gonna be font normal or font medium, and the description needs to be right underneath the title. So
this right there. There we go. Much better.
Now let's just do gap 2. This one just can take small. Actually, this should be really small. And then this should be empty 1.
There we go. It's looking way nicer now. All right. And then for the user avatar, we just need to tweak the size. So let's pass a new prop called as SM. Go here
and let's add small, medium, large, or just small and medium.
And here let's add CN so we could merge the different properties. So by default, it's gonna be size 10, but if it's small, it's size 8. So yeah, so we need that.
We need the size to be maybe 7. I guess 8 was better. There we go. Alrighty. So our styles are looking good. Let's just give a bit more gap. Perfect. Now, just need to give M2. Just say gap 3. Flex, call, gap 2.
And right outside,
let's just do space Y3. Perfect. So now it's looking way nicer. For the card, let's remove the shadow. Beautiful. So these are all the different chats. Now let's wrap it in a link component. So we could directly just jump to the chats. Can remove this duplicated key. Now we could also do flex call gap 3 as well.
Now if I click on it, we are taken to the chat immediately.
So our dashboard is pretty much good to go. It's looking very nice.
We are displaying the communities as well as the different chats as well. Now, if we want to limit it, we can and only show the 3 chats, or we could show all the chats. It doesn't really matter. Totally up to you. It's time to start locking our application because right now, even though if you're paid or not, you can have access to the entire app. That's not what we want. We want to lock it. The one place where we tried to lock it was in the header. We checked for auth. Has property, and we checked if the user has a pro plan or not, and based on that we tried to check and pass that information through and showed this pro badge or a free badge and so on. So what we want to do is whenever anyone tries to create new learning goals,
then we want to show those as well. Like we want to show that they cannot create new learning goals after all. So let's do that for communities first. So if you go to the communities page, and if we go all the way,
here we need to check the number of communities they are part of, right? And whether to show the lock icon or not. And then here we need to basically say, okay, if the user is a pro user, show lock icon if the user isn't pro. But the minute we try to get this information for auth, it says that this is a client component, and then we would have to sort of refactor this entire page to access it. So the best way to do so in the architecture that we have planned is to create a brand new route inside of routes. So let's just go to route, and here let's create a subscription or like a billing API. We go to route and let's call / user, maybe user app, and inside of server let's create a users routes.ts and pretty much just invoke it, call the different values, for example, and this is where we want to call user. So here we could say as
and auth is server side, right? And we can spread the information and then get, if a user has a pro account or not. So we can say it is pro and so on. So this is exactly what this API does. It's a me API, or we don't even need a me. It's a root API that gets you this information. So we have this exact same information via that. So now we could go to hooks and create a use users.ts. This will be a query that pretty much just gets the data. And if we go to route, let's just import that. Call users or user, sorry. Now we just call the user, so we can pretty much now use this anywhere we want to access it. So we get this and call it. Should not be from clerk. Maybe let's just call this use current user and invoke this, import this. That's it. That's all we need to do. So inside of our button, we should just disable it. Show lock icon. Show lock icon. We don't want to enable it at all. And plus at the same time, communities text should also show if it's a lock icon, if you're saying show lock icon, then it should also show a lock icon from Lucid React. Now, just for fun, just to test this out, let's just comment this out and say true, or I guess false. And you will see the lock icon has been displayed here. And this will all be in here. And let's say text muted foreground. Let's give this size 3 or size 4 should be fine. Now we can copy this pretty much and show that we have goals and we have totally disabled this, but we don't need to disable that. We just need to disable the actual functionality button, which is to add a learning goal. So let's pass that as a prop, and for adding a goal, we need to disable it. Same thing here, we need to cancel it, but for adding it, we need to disable it. And let's also show lock icon. Then you want to show the lock icon here to show that, hey, it's actually locked. And let's pass that on. Similarly, let's pass that on here too. So if we go to AI matching, same thing, show lock icon everywhere, and the 0 or show lock icon and import that. You can see, let's go back here and let's remove this because we should be able to click it, and this should let the user know that, hey, it's actually locked, right? So they are unable to join. Same thing for join my communities as well. If we go back to page, we want to get the same hook information, right? So let's get this and let's call this, right? And if we need that same logic. So as you can see here, we have the communities logic already in here. So again, we have information for the user communities here too. So we can just get that. Number of communities would be that. And for joining the community, you want to one, if it's join or show lock icon. Move this down. There we go. So now we have disabled this. If I go to join more communities, we were able to join the community, so that should not happen. Show a lock icon here. Let's import that. And I believe we need to move this down and say that if is join.land. That's what we need. Now, the reason why it's not showing up because we are pro. So let's turn this into false. And there we go. Lock icon has been shown automatically. So users will not be able to join as well. Now, if you go back to community, they're unable to join. Same thing, we lock communities. Now let's lock chat as well. So if we go to chat, same idea. Let's get the current users. You should only be able to match with 3 users. That's something else we need to do, which is we go to AI, and this is going to generate the summaries, and on top, it's going to match the users. And here we need to also lock it. So we also need to lock AI from creating more matches, I guess. Or to make it simpler, let's go to chat and lock the chat as well. So we have 3 chats here, and
in pending matches, we always want to show 3. So here we want to only show 1 pending match, non-pro. So we just want to say like only showed these many. So we can say pending matches. Let's add a conditional here. Let pending matches. And let's do, if it's not pro, then show these many. This is what we need to do. There we go. This is going to be fine. Then only one is shown automatically. So that's what we're looking for. Similarly, in active chats, we should be good here because there will only be an active chat. You are not even showing more. So I think we should be good there. Alrighty, so this is how we've been able to truly lock it, this so that free users cannot take advantage of it, essentially. So that's something you need to do to make sure how strict you want to be, what type of learning goals you want to create. If you want to give them free access completely, then Clerk also has a free trial that you want to enable. If you don't want to do that and create a free plan like we did, then how you're going to exactly lock that. And all that is going to come in play when you're building your own SaaS application. So congratulations if you've been following along and have built your first SaaS application. And this is an amazing start because it gives you a full stack framework for how you can build and ship your own SaaS application. Now, if you leverage AI, you can even add more features to this SaaS app as you have a really solid foundation as well. So let's take a look at a quick demo of our app. We have find new matches. You can see find new matches here. We have different communities as well. You can find partners with AI. We can chat with every individual and say hi, and then we're able to, submit and chat with them and chat about their learning goals. Same thing here, populate any AI chat conversations as well. If you accept chatting, you should be able to chat with them right away. And now suddenly all of this data is fully in sync because of caching. And we've been able to revalidate or invalidate the queries wherever necessary as well. So you have built a lot. You have not only learned how to build APIs with HANO, but also connected and add a strong caching layer so that you're not invoking the queries over and over again. But where you need to, for example, in the case of chat, then we are able to set a polling and invalidate those queries right away as well. So that's the power of building and shipping your own SaaS application with Next.js and all the cool tools that we have used in this specific app. But overall, now you have a strong foundation for even subscription management, for managing our statements, payouts. All of this is automatically handled for us by Clerk, so we don't have to worry about it. Even the switch plans feature, all of this you would have to build in every single SaaS app. And trust me, I have a couple of SaaS apps. To manage this over time gets really tedious. The fact that we have this is amazing. So congratulations, because you have done a good job in shipping your own SaaS app. Now, next step is for us to get our app ready for production and deploy it. So just stop the server and let's stop the Drizzle Studio as well. And now let's just run build. This is gonna run next build, which will tell us all the problems in our application, and we're just gonna solve it. And there we go. We have no problems. That's amazing because we have been truly following along and making sure that our app is pretty good. So that's pretty awesome. Now, the cool thing about Create Next app is that it automatically creates a Git for us, so we don't have to worry about rolling our own. So as you can see, I've been committing the changes as we move along. So if we go here and all the changes have already been committed as well, TypeScript is also fairly happy with us, so we can just deploy our application. So now let's just head over to GitHub. If you haven't already, make sure to sign in. Now let's create a brand new project here, and I'm gonna set my org as the one, Meetsy app, and just gonna stick to private for my repository, and let's go ahead and create the repo. Now, as we do, if we were to
creating a brand new repo, we would pick this option, but since we already have an existing repo, we could simply copy it. Head over to the terminal and paste it. Now this is going to essentially ship our app for us. So if we refresh the page, all our code is right here, which is amazing. So now we could simply just go to Vercel, and Vercel is going over here. We could simply create a new project and it automatically syncs our Git repository. So let's look for Meetsy, and I'm going to switch my GitHub repo, and just now it has been shipped. So now going to environment variables. So here, let's just go to local file, copy it, and go here to environment variables and deploy it. Now this is automatically going to take everything, run next build for us, and deploy our application. It is awesome. So you can follow along the deployment. Typically we will see some sort of errors, so we can resolve them on the cloud and see if our application works as expected. Hopefully it does. If not, we can fix it. All right, so now it's going to run one run build as well, just like we did locally, and let us know if there are any errors. And there we go. It did compile everything, and everything is building correctly as well, and now it's going to deploy it. So hopefully soon we should be able to deploy it. Boom! Congratulations! Our app has been successfully deployed. Now isn't that amazing? So let's head over to the dashboard and visit it. Now we'll find out if it worked successfully or not. Well, we may have to do one or two things, but I'll show you that in a second. So now let's go ahead and sign in. Let's continue using Google. I'm going to use my Google address, sign in. And all of this is just powered for us by Clerk, so we don't have to worry about it. And since I'm signing back in Clerk, I should have my Pro account ready to go, which is amazing. So you can see in billing, it renews on January 2027 because I signed up for a yearly plan. I can access all my payment information. Now if I go to dashboard, I do have all my information here. I can chat with Sophia. My messages have been here as well. My communities have also been loaded as well. And what's pretty cool is that now, as you can see, it takes maybe a second or two to load sometimes, and then it caches it, which is amazing. Or I should say a millisecond or two. Now let's level up my technical leadership skills, and hopefully it works. It does. Amazing. And now if I go and find partners with AI, it's taking a second. Partners found successfully. So now I could go to chat, and we have now more information. But there was definitely an improvement we could make there. After finding partners with AI, we should also clear the cache of pending matches, but that's an enhancement you could perform later on. You can do it later on. So now you can see we have a few more users from developer to leader, which matches technical leadership skills. This is amazing. So if I accept Marcus's post, it works as expected. I can chat with Marcus and say hi. It works here. I can press generate, and this will also generate an AI summary. But here's the thing, like I've only said hi. So it has taken my previous learning goals information, right? The discussion did not progress past the greeting stage. So definitely could have added a loading state here as well to the button. But overall, our application is looking amazing. And now let's try to log in with a user that does not exist. So it does not have a pro account. And let's see what happens. We are a free account. So if we go to communities, this was seed data that was added for this specific user, but you can no longer add new learning goals. You cannot find partners using AI. You cannot join more communities because these three buttons are actually locked as well. If we go to chat, then this is only one user that has been matched with this specific user. But other than that, you will no longer be able to chat further after more than this conversation because you won't even be matched by AI. All right, so this is working really well. If you go to manage account, go to billing, we are on a free plan. I can automatically just upgrade this plan to pro. So if I say I don't want to bill annually, but if I subscribe, pay with the test card. And this experience is amazing because otherwise you would have to know that you have to enter 424242 credit card to do so. And now that I have been upgraded, we'll see what happens. I'm on a pro plan, which is amazing. If I look at this is fine. If I go to communities, I can now add learning goals because now I'm a pro user. So I have shown you how easy it was to seamlessly migrate from a free plan to a pro plan and add more information, add more users here, or add more learning goals here, find partners with AI. So if we do so and go to chat, like I said, this cache needs a refresh. Now look at that. We have more users that I could start chatting with, and this is based on my learning goals. So isn't that amazing? You have been able to now ship a full learning platform with Next.js and deploy it, and now you can finally start shipping your own SaaS applications. So congratulations if this is your first SaaS app, or even if it's your second or third, but congratulations for shipping this specific project. Well, thank you so much for checking out this specific video, and if you followed along, congratulations once again. As next steps, please comment below and let me know what is it that you want next. What do you want to learn next? What should I build next? What should I show you? Please comment down below and let me know. As next steps, if you want to dive deep into Next.js, definitely check out the Modern Full Stack Next.js course because there you will ship 7+ production-ready applications with Next.js. However, if you're looking for something on my YouTube channel, then definitely check out this free crash course on Next.js 16 that teaches you all the foundation skills for Next.js, or this specific other build for Summaries AI SaaS where we build a AI summary application as well. Well, I hope you enjoyed this video. I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.